Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood.
Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is I, Access Rattblood. Another wonderful 2024 day in the life of Western culture. Yeah. Expect that I'm anticipating, hopefully, a couple of guests. Once they see that I'm live, they should make an appearance, and till then, hit you guys with another tune. And, we'll wait and see who falls in and comes through and here to share the madness that is the metaverse with me. Okay. Fools and Tools in the house, pulled by Saturn. Dominique, have a fun share tonight. Does that mean you're not going to be coming up, Dom, or are you going to reserve the panel for the rest of all of us who are in a state of madness and delusion? Uh, anyhow, until they start piling in, Dom will be back in about an hour. That's cool, man. I don't plan on going anywhere. I got to get rid of that ooey gooey sticky stuff that occasionally happens to a person. Maggot, good to see you, brother. And I found myself covered in it here recently. It's an all-consuming kind of sticky, candy, sweet, pinkish, fuzzy, warm feeling. I think they call it love. And it is the devil's candy that I have found yet. And the more that you indulge in it, and the more that you give yourself over to it, the worse its bite and its sting can be. Which is peculiar to me because I really haven't ever, in many, many years, even considered to entertain the thought of being with another person, being around another person, or even having another person close enough to me for physical touch. And this love thing that happens is sneaky, man. I'm telling you got to keep your head on a swivel. You really got to pay attention, or otherwise, before you know it, you find yourself doing all kinds of stupid shit. You're roaming around with your head up your butt, and your priorities get thrown to the wayside, and you're bathing in clouds and warm sunshine, and then just when you think that things couldn't get any better, well, they don't. They tend to go straight downhill from there. And the thunderstorms begin, the lightning, smoking and G-Shock, good to see you. And I was fortunate enough to be able to experience this state of being for a little while, but I'm getting over it. It's cool. You know, don't freak out. I'm not going to turn to sugar, and definitely not going to start doing wonderfully nice things out of the blue for no apparent reason. Got to regain my composure. I have a reputation to uphold. The one thing I do want to, I was on a panel the other day, and they were discussing, which seems to be kind of a side topic for some channels that have been getting into race and lineage and skin color and division by race and social engineering, division by social engineering of races. And I never really considered myself much of a racist. I do hold, though, some value to genetics. And when I brought this up on live panel, it was definitely not taken with a very good response because people could not separate the concept of good genetics, bad genetics, and not apply some type of racial overtone or some type of racial remark to it, which is not my stance at all, or nor was it my stance. But it was interesting to watch because I don't think people um, truly truly observe other people's traits inherently when they're looking for a sometimes a mate, sometimes just an accidental encounter that leads in the birth of a child. Uh, all these things that humans find themselves engaged in when it comes to procreation, relationships, and social engineering. Um, I think that for myself, looking back on man and man's history and how he's endeavored himself, especially in South America, um, during the Inquisition, um, even the states with the Native American and Africa, many other cultures, and especially ones that are infiltrated and governed by something other than their own culture. That's usually a British occupation, or uh, even the states are guilty of that one. But I think that with the technological state of things, um, the concept that each culture had to offer uh, as far as what identified them is now going to be a thing of the past. And for the nostalgic minded person to reflect back on and romanticize about certain cultures that held great influence at one time. I mean, you got them going through South America and they're looking at all the old temples and they're finding new temples and pyramids and vast areas of civilization that seem to be uncovering itself. And they sit and they ponder what significance was these structures and what was this culture like and its origins, its beginnings. And I imagine we would be a lot more closer to understanding the answer to a lot of these different cultures if maybe the Spanish hadn't come over and infiltrated with biological diseases, greed, pillaging for resources and gold, and various other treasures. And I'm sure that they got a wealth of information as far as you know recorded history for each culture. I imagine they kept some type of record that we aren't privy to. And then you have in the States, you have those who romanticize and hold nostalgic the Native American and the whole prestige of being Native American. And tribal sense of belonging. There's almost, when it comes to Native Americans, there's a heavy sense of spirituality that comes along with that. Each nation having its own identity. And now that I'm looking at our future and what's coming with technology, uh, that's all there will be until a couple generations past, and even the nostalgia that we hold for civilizations that were conquered, whether through manifest destiny or just sheer domination, theft, or whatever your poison may be that eliminates a culture, biological warfare, uh, and such atrocities that are unspeakable in good company. I consider myself in good company. And I think they're doing a pretty good job about getting rid of written literature, recorded history, things that kind of made us value that sense of who you were, what lineage you come from, what it meant to you, um, the traits that you got from it, even understanding yourself and some of the endeavors that you will embark in your life and what actually influences you from deep within your genetics. And it seems like it's being handed over to a digital culture. And like I said in my last live stream, I think they got to jump on us by a couple of generations. And we just kind of sat back and unbeknownst, and some being fully aware that the school system and even television, social media was engineering new generations of minded to what will now be our future. And they weren't brought up on the same milk and honey we were brought up on. I'm speaking people my general age and a little younger, some of you a little older. And I think that those cultures and what they held and what they had to offer are going to be um, just going to be a thing of the past if they're remembered at all. You know, um, I'm watching everything be recorded on server farms, watching everything being handed over to machine learning algorithms, um, and especially with the internet, you can personify any ideal of yourself and project it. And whether it's the true you or not, it's something that people will have to identify with if they interact with you. And with a true culture, which I don't see necessarily technology as being without a type of culture. I think it's a cyber culture. I think it's kind of my notion of it is more of a cyberpunk type culture that will transpire before anything, because I don't see technology stabilizing itself and becoming fully functional and useful, and people being fully immersed in it without a turmoil of transition, some type of struggle for that final transition into absolute submission to technology. And it'd probably be no different than cultures that in the past were uh, abundant and rich, having to give themselves over to new concepts, new ideals, even new religions. I mean, you know, the conquistadors and the Inquisition definitely we're kind of pushy about the religion. And I think it's going to be the same, and even the holdout from various cultures around the world that were doing just fine until they were occupied or till they had a resource that could be utilized, and somebody just a little bit bigger and a little bit stronger would come along, and there would go that culture and all of its identity and generally its wisdom, what it had to offer on a spiritual level, as well as information on how they survived as a culture in their environment, how they thrived, how they failed, how they interacted with the natural state of the earth. And I'm on the cusp there for a bit of really considering that maybe this is the evolutionary step of man. And as much as I hate to say it, maybe it is a unidentifiable bunch of icons, AI representations, and pseudo images strewn out across the internet, backed with metadata stored in server farms and basically operated and ran by algorithms and machine learning and potentially AI. And it would serve us right that we would burn the last book on the face of the planet and load everything into mainframes, and suddenly the electricity goes out permanently. I think that would be kind of a ironic, poetic justice for humanity. Myself, I guess you could call that traditionalism, um, the bleeding heart of the artist, uh, endeavoring himself into romanticizing what could have been, what was, and what will never be. But I'm cool with that. It's a stance and a position that I don't mind taking. And recently, I had kind of gotten away from all the internet and YouTube and all the platforms and X, and was really endeavoring into the physical state of being outside of the internet and the metaverse. And it was an interesting endeavor, I will say that. Things have changed. Things have changed drastically whenever you decide to walk away from uh, the metaverse and you start interacting with the localized environment without all the screens and all the chats and the panels and all the information that we glide through every day, held within the palms of our hands. And now that I got burnt by that pretty good, I come back to maybe this is a better way of us proceeding forward as a species. Maybe we've become so amused with ourselves that the last and final step and the last and final handover of true self is hiding behind a flood of algorithms with an icon and a potential to be anybody, anything, or anyone at any time. And that's pretty much how I deal with people on here anymore, is if they were anything like they are on these platforms and on the internet, in the world that I was just in, they wouldn't last very long. Socially, it's really gotten kind of bizarre out there for someone who left it all behind, walked away from it, and then went back to it, got bit by it, and then returned back to a digital voice. There's a sense of safety in it, and especially for certain individuals who have very little social restraint and aren't able to conduct themselves very civil. This is a safe place for them. And they do utilize it. They do definitely utilize it. So I'm torn. I'm torn between, suffering the pain of being human and sharing the human experience, or being able to step away from that and alleviate the pain of being the human and allowing myself a digital frontier that's a lot less painful. Seems that the world stage is set up for such a change, such a massive overtaking, and those that do still and are capable of finding some type of joy out of this this the basic human endeavors and finds any significance to it. More power to you. You know, may you survive as long as you can in this particular setting, because what I've seen and what I experienced wasn't very pleasant. Really wasn't. At the time, it felt right. At the time, I thought I was getting back in the swing of things and endeavors of the heart, and those warm feelings of almost a sense of belonging, a sense of being a part of something that I had forgotten, until it come back around and bitch slapped me upside the head, and then immediately I tucked my little rat tail and ran back to the metaverse where I'm safe from having to display too many emotions, at least not outwardly. Kind of like to make that a sense of a topic if anybody would care to join as a guest. Where this is all going, the generations lost already, the ever evolving state of man into whether it be a back to a primitive state due to some circumstance or cataclysm, or whether we're going to be fortunate enough to endeavor into this digital technological construct of a new and press forward as something, what, more, less? Yet to be seen, I guess. But it is felt. Hold on. My shit's locked up here. There we go. That's something that doesn't happen in real life. You don't just, well, okay, maybe some people do just stop in the dead tracks and freeze up. I can't say I haven't seen that. But we'll just throw a little something here, and hopefully somebody gets enamored enough to join the panel. I'd hate to think that all these wonderfully horrible thoughts in my head are going to be spent alone this evening. But until then, here's one for you. Well, I can see we have a wonderful array of brave souls tonight, clawing their way to the panel. Adnan, it's good to see you, brother. Been checking out your latest videos, man. Cage, as usual. Good to see you, brother. Okay. Well, we got a couple endeavors for later on. Cage, this will be back soon, and I'm sure that we will be blessed with his presence. And also Dom, you needed a little time, so he came on early just to kind of catch everybody. Because generally, when I come on, people are asleep, nestled away in their caves, and far removed from the madness that we suffer here. I will, in the meantime, though, endeavor on an observation, and these are just observations from history, uh, most of it pre-cataclysm history to present date, and how I followed the lineage of what they've recorded in uh, mostly Christian, Judaic, Sumerian, and even Egyptian history, as according to certain lineages, genetics, and bloodlines, and how they persevered through the ages, and how they've managed to even get past global cataclysms and we'll call it genocidal cleansings from deities who were less than amused at our performances as species. But I go back to the book of Enoch, to where uh, Noah was born, and when apparently Noah had arrived, he was of a ghostly white flesh with sharp peering eyes that seemed to glow. And that was a key for me to endeavor into a particular species of divinity that finds itself entangled with man throughout certain, not necessarily the main canon. The main canon, it's in Genesis 6, where it discusses the Nephilim and the fallen titans, heroes of renown. It seems that if you look in the book of Enoch, the book of Giants, Jubilees, you'll find that the Nephilim were pale in appearance. Hey, Charles, good to see you, man. And apparently Charles is stoned. No better way to be then, right? Okay, but anyhow, I was researching through all these non-canonized texts, and apparently Noah was born with a pale white complexion, and this was frightening because his parents thought he was born of the divinity. And upon requesting some type of clarity from uh, Methuselah, apparently this was some type of sign or gift. I don't know. And then I started studying the Book of Giants and Jubilees, and apparently the Nephilim also were of a very pale nature. And I'm thinking I can understand that. I mean, you know, if you're from a bloodline or a genetic line that isn't uh, predisposed or have been exposed to various levels of infrared or the sun, or we'll even give the Trekkies out there a go. Um, Apparently, Charles is endeavoring on the Book of Giants. It's a hell of a read. But for the Trekkies, you know, if you're living in divinity, and let's say one of the planes of heaven, um, there's really no need, or even if you live underground, let's say you're a Middle Earth or Inner Earth dweller, if that place exists, your pigment is going to be different. And apparently, um, that was a sign that they used to identify uh, traits of the Nephilim, and the Nephilim being the children or the offspring of the angels that left their first estate, come to Mount Hermon, decided to breed with the daughters of man, and had children. And these children apparently were uh, pretty profound and very destructive, some more so than others, until they had reached the attention of the Creator himself, or the gods, whichever way you want to take that. And he had them removed from Earth by means of a cataclysm, a great flood. And then, as they examined closer into uh, pre Sumeria, there was a younger Dryas period, a small ice age, apparently. But these are only as good as the recorded history of the book that they're written in and the people that wrote it. So I started looking at what we're dealing with today as far as where that line may be, or that genetic lineage of some particular breed that had been mutated, messed with, altered in some way. And I noticed that the biggest percentage of the world population has black hair and brown eyes. And I'm wondering if maybe they aren't the true human, um, more towards the natural state of what human is according to this planet. Um, Maybe even by design, creation, however. And that those who are more genetically uh, diverse in like red hair, blonde hair, green eyes, blue eyes, maybe they weren't carrying the seed of some um, time and place that we can only read about or speculate, or if we had the proper documentation and everything hadn't been plundered and hid away or taken by the Smithsonian and buried from our prying eyes, we probably have a much greater understanding of our species and where we come from and why we are so damn down determined to take away our identity. You know, I think the identity is important to self. I think your self identity holds some very valuable significance. And I think a culture in a melting pot, let's say there were some less than desirable genetics uh, that was inherent in man that come from a diverse place of maybe profound evil or something that had developed that was out of bounds with what a natural human would be or what a natural human would be considered. Uh, we're doing it today genetically in laboratories, and if you check into some of the older writings from Samaria, even the non-canon books of the Bible, Egypt, genetics were very important to them and played a big role in who they would breed with and who they would have offspring with. Now I know later on that became kind of confounded to the fact that generations with money that held money and power tried to keep their genetic lineage within the confines of that bloodline, and thus you have very rich inbred um, selfish people, and I don't see that as being I don't see that as being beneficial to the species that we are. But I also know that if you have a genetic bloodline that's predisposed to destructive behavior, uh, violence, atrocities, very atrocious behavior, that's important to recognize, maybe within yourself or within someone else. Um, and there is a type of life skill to it. There are certain traits out there that identify mostly through personality or persona, murderers, serial killers, um, violent people, uh, even traits of unethical behavior that would be deemed extremely socially unacceptable. And I think that if you can identify these genetic traits in these people, that you might be able to save yourself some trouble. I haven't been able to, and I would not openly reveal the research necessarily that I've taken that I've taken as far as I have for my endeavor into understanding this. But as on a biblical perspective, you had the fall in the garden, um, where apparently there was a creator, God, who created a couple humans, and there was a fairly seemingly beautiful and intelligent being running loose in this garden with these naive new creations, and they got a hold of some fruit. Knowledge was enticed into something, manipulated into some other state of being or thinking, and that was one of the first falls, according to uh, biblical history. The second one was the 200 that come down, the 200 watchers at Mount Hermon that come down and bred with the daughters of men. And they were supposed to be stewards over humankind. They were supposed to kind of uh, not control, but guide us into a more productive state of being as a species. And they found that the daughters of man were um, obviously very tempestuous, and they bred with them, which would be considered the second fall, according to Christianity. And out of that comes many implications. Um, Giants, um, the fallen at Mount Hermon apparently taught man how to wage war, work magic, read the heavens, um, atrociousness of all manner and vanity, until it was all supposedly wiped out. But that line and that lineage, according to the book, was carried over after the cataclysm, and I suppose the younger Dryas into Samaria. And then when you get to Samaria, you get into this whole Anunnaki, elongated skulls, um, re-education of humanity, uh, redevelopment of societies, social structures, and apparently these Anunnaki, who I don't know, as far as I know, they could have been um, the offspring of something divine or of unknown origin. It seems that they had their turn ruling over man and influencing his destiny and direction. Also, they take credit for um, the cataclysm at one point in time in the clay tablets, in the cuneiform tablets. Apparently, they got upset with humans, and they wiped humans out. But then they also take credit for making humans. Seems so twisted in the way that it's presented in many different cultures and representations of how we came to be what we are, how we developed into what we are, where we get our information and our technology. Um, is it divinity? Is it that spark of divinity hidden behind the scenes, coaching man and pepping him along this course of direction to appease some other need that we may be good for? I mean, the Anunnaki, apparently they use this to mine gold, which is so played out everywhere you look. The Anunnaki story is plastered all over the place. And a lot of the research I did in the non-canon books of the Bible, you got to be careful with that too. There's different directions that can spin you on, and I try to look at the plain, simple math of it, the relevant side of what all this is, where it's going, and who's it really benefiting. Is there something that we're missing uh, behind the scenes that goes beyond the realm of man and what we're capable of doing and what we're being taught to do or trained to do or programmed to do? And I used to think that when at a younger age that everything was so simple, clear cut and clarified, and they made it seem so. But then whenever the internet came along and lots of new archaeological findings came to be, I found myself in a disposition of questioning even my own origins. I know most of my lineage, but I don't know the the over I don't know even how to put it, the ever presence of something darker, something more nefarious written within genetic code, and some of us are more disposed to it than others. It seems like with me, I reach a point where I can deal with my environment, people in my environment, and the world. And just when I think I'm getting along and I'm making some type of headway, it almost seems like self-sabotage sometimes. And it almost feels like it's beyond my control not to do this type of self-sabotage, not to be headed in a good direction, or at least what you feel is a good direction, and then out of the blue, all that you built, all that you believed, and all that you done by your own hand, you take it apart, and it becomes something less than beautiful, um, something less than pure, and something that seems to be very inevitable within me, myself, as I analyze myself and what I've endeavored here recently. I'm not sure that that's not written within my genetics somewhere. That no matter what position I take or how far I go or where I go, that this self-sabotaging uh, genetic imprint is written within my being. I see other people who have these same traits, and I watch how they struggle with it, and I try to learn and adapt uh, in a way that maybe I could sustain a sense of progressive forward movement. But sometimes I find myself being my own worst enemy when it comes to that. And in the grand scheme of things, when you start looking through what is available as history, or what's available to you, even that is skewed to the point where you have to go so far outside of the bounds of easily accessible information to get any type of truth. And then once you start discovering the truth, and you start finding all these discrepancies, all these missing periods of what would seem to be, should be, a straightforward history and a straightforward development of our human species. But even that, they don't even give you that. They take that from you too. So I don't know, is it genetically inherent that some of us are disposed to self-destructive behavior, that genetically deep-seated within ourselves somewhere, no matter how intelligent or profound or how positive and forward-moving we may seem, that deep inside of us there's an inner voice within our genetics that says, at the last moment, we're just going to blow it. We're just going to screw it all up and start all over again. At least that's what it feels like at times. I don't know. I'm going to grab some refreshments, and I'm going to grab some cigarettes. And while I do this, I'm going to play a song, but I'll be here for a while, if no one minds. And maybe we'll eventually get one of our fun guests. And this is the best statement, Charles. Peace, Axis, and chat. Listening. I'm stoned. Well, to be here in this moment with me in the metaverse, you would damn near have to be. Let me play this while I get me something to drink. Here lately I've been watching what used to be the community of platforms that stayed fairly relevant to each other, or at least Sean. Good to see you. Panel's open. Yeah, send some love here. And the link is in the chat. Anyhow, I was watching what used to be a small community of platforms that interacted with each other and kind of catered to the same audience, same subscribers, and same crowds. And channels are just starting to disappear. That sense of um, I don't know, community amongst platforms seems to be not so centralized anymore and not so oriented around a few main channels that held what I felt was some type of significance to uh, being able to have dialogue outside of the norm, to be able to speak on things that generally people have no clue about. And if they do, they really have no place to voice it or to get feedback, such as my endeavors into understanding the inner workings of me, my environment, and things that I'm predisposed to by no particular reason or rhyme, but always find themselves ever present. And they're slowly, slowly these platforms are dissipating. And it seems like the information flow that was held amongst these particular platforms, even it seems to have dissipated. And people who at one point in time seemed to hold a lot of enthusiasm towards getting a message out there, or um, even just their presence, whether it be positive or negative, you pretty much knew what was going to happen, or at least what type of information each channel was going to have, or what they were going to offer, or which ones to avoid if you wanted to just stay away from that whole scene altogether. And the last few days since I've been back observing these channels, I've noticed there's a lot of familiar faces that are no longer there. A lot of people have just kind of faded into the obscureness of the metaverse, like in a void. I'm wondering if that isn't a new way of kind of like when you had a good friend when you were younger and they would move away to a different city and you would keep in touch with them for a little while and you guys would exchange phone calls, or and eventually the phone calls got fewer, the relevancy of that other person kind of faded away, and eventually you find yourself many years down the line wondering what the hell happened to them. Where'd they go? Wonder what they're doing. I've had a lot of that. I've had to deal with a lot of that. But to see it in digital form or the metaverse is just even more obscure for me to try and rationalize. I mean, it doesn't seem like anybody's in for the long haul anymore. Everybody wants that quick uh, endorphin rush, quick fix, or that fly by logic, or that inspirational nugget in the chat or on a panel that may occasionally be spewed, and then you moved on. A lot of people seem to move on, and what used to be a fun place to be now seems a little more vacant and barren. But it could just be me. I don't know. Maybe we've all grown up in a way. Um, we got past our teenage angst years in the metaverse, and even as boomers or Gen Xers, we've matured and moved on to stranger things. Almost feels like reliving a childhood sometimes. For me, I got to experience many different drastic changes in my life, and I got to experience many different new beginnings. And I happen to be going through one right now. And as I logged in the other day and started a stream, it just turned into nostalgic for me music. And as I look at what other channels have to offer anymore, it's almost like coffee shop talk. Not a whole lot of profound thinking going on out there. And it seems to me that whenever I stepped away from all this, there was still a critical level of thinking. There were still skills and life set tools that could be developed and learned. Now, when I see these channels and I jump on them, if it isn't the repetitive nature of the beast, it's almost as if they grew up and started hanging out at the local Denny's and talking about adult things that hold no real relevance to the state of things and the way they are. Maybe people have finally gotten fed up with the way things are. Maybe it's just reached critical mass. Maybe it's just reached that final point where everybody has finally said enough. And they're all packing their wardrobes up and putting away their toys and their childish things, and they plan on endeavoring and embarking into something uh, more mature. I don't know. I don't know where this is all really headed anymore. Feedback seems to be something that used to could be achieved and obtained here pretty easy. I mean, all you had to do was say a couple phrases, maybe even present an ideal, and you would get multitudes of feedback and response. Um, abstract ideals, individuals who dared to think differently. That's what I liked so much about the diversity of some of the platforms that we had, and some of the platforms that I had gotten used to being around. And I try and reach out to other platforms and find that same relevancy, and it just doesn't seem to be there. Doesn't seem that that same wide-eyed fascination of what was going to be said next or what was going to be presented next seems to be mundane now. Or maybe I'm just jaded. Maybe I got jaded. Maybe I took one too many trips to the edge and back. And maybe I just allowed myself to be human for a little bit. But I'm almost thinking that it's almost like the beginning of something new and the end of something that I enjoyed, that I used to enjoy taking part in. I don't even know half the characters that are on here anymore. I used to be able to go into a chat with a familiar channel and recognize names and personalities and personas, and almost knew what to expect within just the icon and the name. And it seems like even that's become vacant and void. Or maybe the internet is just absolutely, truly, finally dead. Maybe while I was off in real people land, and while I wasn't looking, the internet died. And everybody loaded up their cars and drove off into the sunset. And I'm still sitting at my camp with my tent pitched and my bonfire going, while everybody else drove off into the sunset, into some new horizon. I guess it's a display of exactly how alone one can truly become. I used to enjoy getting on people's panels and trying to throw out a nugget or two of profound information. And panels don't even, like I said, it's turned into coffee shop talk. It really has, to my notion. Maybe I'm missing out on something. Everybody's in the other side of the internet, living it up, having a party, sharing profound information that I'll never know about. And they're all just having the greatest time of their life. And I forgot to move with them. Or I just stayed behind, one or the other. Dour, isn't it? Very dour. Wish I had something profound to offer. Wish I had something just absolutely over the top to spark your imaginations into a new rabbit hole or some new thinking. But even I find myself at the moment just stifled by the awe of things. I guess everything loses its magic at one point in time or another. Every child has to grow up. Everyone has to become responsible and move on. I'm not sure. I'm really at a loss for words, at a loss for even insight. If I had something more to offer, but like I said, I got caught up in the real world, and it did some serious damage. I thought I had recovered from it fairly well, but obviously I haven't, um, because I keep finding my mind drifting through these last few weeks, and the carefree nature that I was able to take on in the comfort of knowing that everything seemed to be cohesive and stable. And for a moment, I bought into the illusion that everything just was going to be all right. Everything was okay. But isn't that like everything? The minute you think everything's fine, everything's okay, that's whenever you get hit with the immediate change, that sudden rush of out with the old, in with the new, and that awkward feeling that comes with it. The bizarre, unusual feeling of seeming to have some significance at a moment, and then it all washes away, and you're kind of left alone in the dark, reaching out for something to solidify yourself, something to find relevant. I know it's gotten pretty sad, at least for me, and I'm sure for those of you who are listening. Yeah, I hit a pretty dark place now, and it's a very unpleasant feeling. I left the metaverse to experience. I guess I don't even want to call it real life because it isn't. It isn't even real life. It's a mockery of life, a mockery of something that you would hope that was real, but it isn't. It's just as fake as the internet. It's just as fake as the people who hide behind their icons and their false personas. It's just one hurts a lot less than the other. One of them, you can just turn it off, roll over, go to sleep, and wake up and you don't have to deal with it until you decide that you're ready for that daily endeavor into the internet. But the waking world that I had so easily left behind, well, when you go to sleep there and you wake up, it's still there. And it's still the same hard-ass place filled with the same dead-end people doing the same stupid shit. And they're just as fake as probably 2/3 of the personalities on the internet. Life imitating life. Or maybe I'm just the only one experiencing it. Maybe maybe the world ended and everybody blew away into dust. And I'm stuck with the dead internet and millions of bots and artificial intelligence responding to the sole survivor of the end of mankind. Wouldn't that be maddening or comforting? I'm not sure yet. I just know that for me, this used to hold a lot more significance. And maybe I just stepped on one too many toes. And maybe everybody's got overtaken by the parasites. They're consumed by the madness of parasites, and they're unable to be human anymore. A world full of coffee shop poets, dead-end songwriters, and musicians who never learned to play their instrument. I'm not sure. At the moment, the best I can do is waste a little time till one of my guests show up. Really don't have a whole lot to offer. In the way of individual perspective, because I'm the only one in here. I'm the only one inside this body. I'm the only one that experiences and has experienced what I've went through. And as much as I'd like to put it on a disc and mail it to you so you could put it in your computer and relive some of my endeavors, I can't. At least not yet. And I'm sure that they're working on that technology. But until then, this is a creepy little song that was misinterpreted and was taken completely out of context just because of the image. But nobody got the joke. Go figure. But I had fun making it. Had I put a different image as the icon to that song, I'm sure that it would have been better well received, but the image itself was kind of a limerick and a pun towards certain parties that couldn't help themselves but to run from channel to channel, declaring that everybody was some kind of pedophile freak. And I threw that up as a middle finger to them, just for the sake of it, as I have done with many different characters on this metaverse. I don't know. I would hope that I'd hope that someone would have paneled up, shot the shit, made a build. Maybe nobody has anything to say anymore. Or they just can't seem to grasp the words to say what they really think, what they really feel. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's just bad timing all the way around. Hmm. Maybe maybe that's what this is all headed to. Dead air. Silence of some eerie nature. Maybe I've said all I have to say. I'm not sure. I had good intentions. Hey, Dom. It's good to see you. Hugs back, brother. Um, Choking on dead air. I had hoped that people would have been a little more responsive to an open panel without chaos, conflict, or generalized coffee talk. But apparently that's not happening this evening. Maybe you can be a Canadian savior and join me in my solitude up here. I've had to eat some unwanted slices of life that I wasn't ready to stomach. And apparently I'm going to be doing it alone here too. So what do you think, Dom? You got a few minutes to panel up and we can exploit my recent endeavors. Maybe you can shed some light on them. Give me a new perspective or something more than a handful of water running through my fingers. Or maybe we've just reached the pinnacle of self-consumption. I have managed to eat my own face and swallow my own head. Almost feels like the end of something here. Hey, John, how's it going, brother?
Pretty good, Axis. Hope you're doing well.
Um, kinda indifferent, man. Not the same, that's for sure. Definitely not the same.
Hmm.
Still have, still have the insight. Still have my cognizance, but it seems like something has changed. Seems like, well, I know things in my physical life have changed, but seems like things have changed on the old metaverse here too. Apparently, it happened when I wasn't looking.
Well, I think there's always going to be highs and lows and certain types of interaction in the metaverse. I guess we're going to have those highs and lows.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Suffering two lows at one time, though, that's kind of a barren place to be. But I suppose as long as I'm still kicking and breathing air and paying taxes, they'll be happy about that. Is it just me, or is there been a few platforms that have just kind of dissipated and gone into obscurity, or have they moved on to some new region of the metaverse that they're keeping secret?
Well, if it's like anything else, Axis, it's kind of like going to the mall or a strip area, a strip place plaza or something. There's always things coming and going in stores. People are going to be fickler, and some people that have done channels are being squeezed out because other people are pursuing the idea, maybe I can run a channel. The people that are watching these things are like people that go to a restaurant. Doesn't matter how good your food is, they're always going to want a different flavor. So now, could there be the environment that affects that? Yes, I'm sure that a lot of these things have already been forecasted. That as the shifting of the luminaries occur, we're going to be affected by it. And quite a
Right,
few channels were never really intended to really build. Maybe build subscribers, and maybe because the platform itself in YouTube, like a newspaper, will say, well, we'll monetize it because dare not leave the people that are utilizing it to pay each other, to finance each other. This kind of goes back to the economy is basically being fueled by a few handful of people just printing money and keeping the illusion that it's running. It's actually growing. It's just being sustained. So I can't see why the
yeah.
metaverse would be any different access. Books have been that way. Even the music industry has been that way. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're fine, John. I was just saying that yeah, it's kind of what I was hinting to in my ramblings earlier was the dead internet. Um, has it reached that point within the communities, the platforms that even you and I ran in, um, that it seemed to dissipate and seem to, I don't know, almost yeah, moved on or something. I don't know. I said matured, grew up, maybe put their childish toys away, or they went through their metaversal teenage years and now they're sitting around on panels doing coffee shop talk.
It could be. You know, again, it's like when you follow movies or TV series, there's thousands of TV series coming at any given moment. Maybe not. Well, it could be thousands, and occasionally you'll get a couple of them that are well, and they'll stay around for 4, 5, 6, 7 years as long as they get the right ratings. But the rest of them, they fall by the wayside. It's music industry. You've been in that industry where you've seen
Yeah.
some of them they've done well. Okay, we can really work with this. We can promote it. Other of them is like, oh, the people are really liking this, so we'll just promote this to no end, and then the rest of them will just die off. So I can't see why. Again, the metaverse is really no different. So you're going to get a lot of people that are going to see other people doing a shitty job at it, and they're thinking, well, I could do a better job. Yeah, you're doing a better job to somebody else that's doing shitty. It'll be like running a construction job, and you're thinking, well, that guy's being able to do it. I said, no, that guy's winging it. So, and a lot of people do that even on the metaverse. They're winging it.
I have seen the endeavors into trying to turn it into a financial and a stable financial income, and I think that to myself, I think that's a very unstable investment for your future.
Well, as a solo, unless you're the rare person that can do it, but most of them, the ones that do well, it's like anything else. You have to work as a team. You got to organize a team. You know, if I was going to work in open up a booth at a flea market, I've used a metaphor for a flea market. I would make sure that I would have many booths and I would have many people involved. You got to spend money to earn money. But most people figure if I'm going to put less, I'll put less investment into it, but I want high returns on it. No, it doesn't work that way unless you're laundering
No,
something. You know,
no, it doesn't seem to work that way.
especially if you're doing like a live. You know, if unless a person can stand by themselves, and there's some people that can do it, even yourself access. But for a lot of people, they're counting on something that's not structured to have a whole bunch of people randomly come on to a live, and then just let's have, what would the conversation be? It'll be like, let's have laundry. I'm doing my laundry talk, or water cooler talk. There's no structure to that.
No,
And then
no, I busted the bottom out of my real world. We'll call it real world um, medical team. I had a real good medical team going there for a bit, Dom, and I was really starting to make some headway, and I got real comfortable in my life for a short period of time, and I kicked the bottom right out of that. Phew, damn, talk about self-destructive behavior. Wow. And I figured at least, there'd be some type of, even if it was negative, some type of interaction within the metaverse that would take me away from my own self-destructive thinking and nature. And, well, you see how many people stopped in the chat. And I don't know. What were they waiting for, a show, or they wait? I have nothing profound to offer in the way of. I'm not a guru, man. I'm not a hero. I'm not a role model. I'm not here to instruct you on how to live your life. Um, I can talk in many layers and levels and extremely broad, but I can't. I can't create the conversation for you. And I think this one is one of the most profound. This is from Charles, and peace, access, and chat listening. I'm stoned. So I guess that's his way of subtly saying I'm not coming up because apparently he's stoned. which is never seems to be a dry topic on a lot of these platforms anymore. It's like I don't know, porn and the use of marijuana. That seems to be the two major go-to issues that no one gets bored with, except me. I do without either one of them.
Well, there's many things out there that keep us distracted, whether it's smoking cigarettes, weed, drinking alcohol, watching porn, watching sports, watching TV. This is just another form. So we're just, the dependencies are just going to transfer from one to another. It's what you're doing while it's how you're learning or growing while you're in those things. Spending time just to try to get rid of it is wasting energy for a lot of folks because they're just going to move from one to another. You go to an AA meeting, you might find a whole bunch of people that smoke and drink coffee, but they're not drinking alcohol anymore. Or a person that doesn't do porn anymore says, okay, I'll do some other kind of extremities, which is fine. But the common theme is what supports all of those things is financial gains. The tobacco industry is not in it for your health. Porn industry is not in it for your health. They're not in it for that. They're in it because there's people that are willing to earn a buck from all of that. So metaverse would be no different. Dare not get half the people, or at least a fraction of the people that are actually doing these channels, by just clicking and doing all that. Say, okay, but how about you support the system behind it? They're not going to do it.
No.
Even if they wanted to, they'd say, but I don't have the money. I said, well, that's how the systems always works. You got to pay people to be in NASA. You have to pay people to be in the police. You have to pay people to do religion. You got to pay people to do govern over the human race. It's just they just do the divide and conquer. So whatever's going on in Germany, it'll give a different flavor when it's going on in Korea. But most people have been isolated. They're already living in their little, some people would call, how they're talking about 15-minute cities. They're already living within themselves, their own cities. And they think,
Yeah.
but in America it's different. Well, have you ever studied any other countries? Well, how about you just study what's going on in all the different states in your own country or province? And then you can say, oh, geez, I'm wondering how it is in the Philippines or in Asia. Well, Dom, that doesn't affect me. I said, well, then why would it affect you in another state over from you? The only reason why most people are aware of this because the media covers it. And in this case, we are becoming the media by being on these platforms. And the bot program or whatever's running it, if it's been programmed to look for certain cue signs, are they being steady in their disgruntled? Most people aren't. They just come on here, they wave a little couple of, I got a little couple of pieces of shit underneath my shoe, I better fling it, and then that should be enough. Then somebody else should do something about it. Well, maybe it has nothing to do with doing for most people. It's just about being aware. It's not a nihilist view to think that the system is never going to change. No, change is constant. But are people even going to get to that awareness to realize you don't see the wind, but it's always changing? What do you mean? Because if it isn't, then why do we have different weathers? Why do we have different seasons? So then if we have different weathers and different seasons, therefore we must have different luminary alignments. And then you get occasional the couple people that say things because they're just so damn lazy. That's woo-woo. The fact that you say it's woo-woo, this means it's you're lazy. You mean there's people out there that are going to spend an enormous amount of energy saying that we did or didn't go to the moon? There's money to be had in that. If you pay enough people to talk about the Earth's shape or the globe or whatever, you'll get all kinds of stories, and hopefully good ones.
Everybody likes a good story, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And then there's some people, and even me and you access to a point, we can actually be good storytellers. But people think for some reason, yeah, but you're telling a story, Dom. You should be telling the truth. I said, does McDonald's sell you food because it's about health? No, it's about business. For me, it's about entertaining ideals. I like ideals. I wouldn't be, if I didn't like ideals, I wouldn't be attracted to sci-fi movies, horror movies, Hallmark movies. They're just, same with music. It works. It's the same gambit works me for music. I wouldn't really enjoy hearing Bollywood or Asian music or European music. Most people live a sheltered life within their own brain. But yet, just because they're having all these kind of channels, they're thinking they're expanding themselves. Are you living that kind of way? Are you embodying this kind of information? Most people aren't. For every 100, you
No,
probably pick away at about 90 of them. Say, just get out of here. You're not even worth being here. But they'll be offended because you're telling them something about being honest with themselves. Same with religion. Religion works the same way. If you started shooing all the people that truly aren't going to follow things like Christ or Allah and all that, out of the millions, you probably bring it down to about a couple of hundred. At least you know where they stand. The rest of them, they're like a bunch of fish out of water. But they'll be offended the way I say it. I said, you should have been offended before you heard somebody else talk about that stuff.
yeah. Yeah, recently, I know I told you, about my endeavors with taking on a protege and how that blew up. And it seems like each day it just gets worse and worse and worse. And I had to step back and not only look at my own self-destructive behavior and my own ability to destroy anything that I build, but I had to look at it from a financial and a business aspect. There's still a company, no matter who they send here to help take care of me, and no matter what transpires between me and that person, behind that is a dollar. They're here because they're getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
They're here to make a buck at my disposition. And they're not my friend. Really, when it comes down to it, I'm a business asset to a company that they work for, and that's about as far as it goes. And there are the rare few, like the recent one that I ran into, that was able to run a mile or two, but they couldn't sustain it. They couldn't keep running. It eventually came down to their sanity, then their fear and concern of losing a buck or potentially losing their job. And at that point in time, they were ready to throw me and everything that I represent, stand for, and that we had endeavored into under the bus. And they were going to make sure that each and every wheel of that bus got its turn running over me. And I was just completely floored at it. And I thought, how stupid of me not to, how stupid of me not to have recognized that behind all these endeavors and all this wonderful facade, there it was, the almighty dollar.
Well, Alexis, with the breakdown of communities and families, there's value and obligation and duty when it comes to family and communities. That's what we do. We help all our elderlies, we help our family members. But once that broke down, and they did it ever so lightly, and they chipped away at it, and then people started directing their attention to, the value of a dollar. Even prior to that is, well, I don't want people to think that I'm a bad person because I'm not taking care of my parents. I said, if you have to talk that way, that it's already broken down. It's just a matter of, a couple of more decades or a couple more, moments where people aren't looking, or they are looking, and you're going to say, well, I just don't care anymore. Well, it'll probably indicate for them they never knew how to care. The way they speak gives them away. So, you're in a situation you need some sort of care, and counting on the system, it's like counting on McDonald's. to supply you. I'm just using McDonald's as an example. It could be a roadhouse, as far as I'm concerned, or a grocery store. They're there to earn their own comforts, their lifestyle. Now, there's nothing wrong. I personally wouldn't say there's nothing wrong with the lifestyle and comforts as long as you've questioned it. You know, like a criminal that questions, okay, so what I'm doing, I know it's kind of deceitful. I'm going to have a B or a C plan. No different than somebody that wants to run a country. You know, there has to be some sort of plan behind all of that. And it takes a lot of effort for those people that choose to do that. The masses are the ones that basically, okay, so I'm going to pay a couple of bucks and I'm going to become a millionaire. I said, you want something for nothing at that point. And that's a lot of us in a lot of areas. I'm not going to exclude myself from the fun because in areas of my life, I have a lot of convenience given to me, or I can't even say I've earned them, but they've been taken away from me. Okay, Dom, so do you know how to do your own farming? Well, not really. Now, me saying that openly, people say, well, then you have no right to talk about it. I said, no, that's the irony. I should be able to talk about it because I know my hypocrisy. It's usually the people that have this illusion I'm going to be perfect. I said, so how is you, the unicorn, going to talk to the rest of us? You know, it's the progression of us learning as we're stumbling in the dark that we should be communicating. None of this fucking bullshit crap that people say to each other. Yeah, well, my shit doesn't stink. I said, really? Well, then get the fuck out of here. You're a unicorn. Go to heaven. Go hang out with the angels or something. You know, if those things are even real. You know, and of course that would open the question for me, what is real then? You know, I love when we use words, God's real, this and that, the economy sucks, the economy's great. Okay, but what are the nuts and bolts to all of this? How does that serve to know that information? How does it serve that somebody else is rich and somebody else is poor? You know, in a community, if all of us were living in a community and we knew a couple of people are doing most of the work, we would hopefully say that they should be rewarded the most. And in that being rewarded the most, they're probably the ones that are going to fall the most. And then we try to help them and vice versa. You know, if you want to be that king, you have to be the bigger servant kind of ideal. But most of them don't want. I want to be a king when it satisfies me. I want to be the chief when it satisfies me. But when it's too much work, I just want to fall back in the backside. And that's most of us. That's why we have people governing over each other. In this case, there's certain people governing over everybody else. I just call them middle management. You know, and they're probably not even good at it. You know, they're not signing our paychecks. You know, and if they are, I said, okay, but where's the money coming from? Well, it's coming from you guys. Okay, but is it money or is it the energy that I'm expending that's coming from us? We already lose ourselves when we start thinking money's that fucking more important than our energy that we give for it. Whether it's for that, whether it's the plant, at least the plant kingdom is going to reward you. The animal kingdom is going to reward you. Yeah, you just don't go around eating our kind. You don't go around eating lions because if not, they're going to fight you. We've become a really lazy society, and the more the media talks about it and this technology, it's going to reveal more and more. So in a way, we are becoming expendable as a society. At least the animals were doing their part, but we made them expendable. I think we all start eating them. Why? And how many? Are we honoring them when we're removing whatever's inside of them, outside of that vessel? Oh, no, we don't care about that kind of stuff. Really? You don't care about that kind of stuff? Well, then maybe we should talk to the people that are creating cars. Maybe they shouldn't care about what you want then. Fuck, what a lazy society we've become. I'm included in the fun, so anybody that thinks otherwise, because I'm just saying this, no, I'm included in the fun.
Yeah, it seems like anymore when you voice an ideal or some type of profound understanding of anything, they want to kind of take it to that, you know, oh, everyone but you. Well, no, I'm included, you know, and especially in the lazy approach to things. I take that endeavor on a lot of things. Some things I don't. You know, if I'm going to do something, I do it 100%, and I do engage in it. And I expected that and expect that from anybody else that is going to do something. I got blindsided by the fact that I catered to someone else's convenience, and not only that, but there was money behind it, and no matter how profound and how far-reaching things got and could have gotten, the fact is when I went on these endeavors and learned to comprehend things a little differently than the average person from what I see, I guess I really didn't take into consideration the fact that I was building a bridge too far.
I think Axis, when there's, I'm going to call them again, middle management, they've been doing things for generational purposes. Most people, when they're just earning money, they're just into the now. And even that, they're not even aware of the now. Let me just get enough money so I can pay my rent, pay for my mortgage, pay for my trip. In the now, in the sense that in this generation, it's all about me. They're not thinking about for generations later. Now somebody might turn around and say, yeah, but Dominic, I care about my kids. I said, yeah, but you're going to be sending your kids to their schooling system. You're not making your own schooling system. You're not actually growing your own food to have your own stores so you can help your own community. You're doing their system. They put a lot of effort in generations, and they're reaping their rewards, regardless if they want to think that's nasty, positive, whatever word they want to use, evil, good, whatever. But for majority of the people is they want their satisfaction, their desires now in this generation. Me. I want the government to aid me. The religions, you serve me because I like to bash you. Science, I want to be able to argue about whether or not the surface of this or that. And then when they're not getting their way, let's make it about others. Hey, let's bash other people. Let's make everybody else my muse. Now go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dom. I got Cage in the back. You don't mind, do you?
No, Cage, I give them the heads up that you're live. I give a couple people the heads up. Yeah, bring them up. Hey, Cage.
Cool.
Yeah,
Wanted to
what's
make sure
up,
everybody
man?
was on the same page.
Oh, yeah, we are. What's up,
Good
everybody?
deal.
Same book, Kabbalah for Dummies.
Kabbalah for
I'm on
Right.
I'm on the beginning chapters, Cage.
No, I seen Dominic the other week. He gave me duct tape.
Black duct tape, actually gorilla duct
Ah,
tape, gorilla duct tape, and it wasn't for the purpose for your mouth. You needed it for something else.
Yeah, exactly. Made for the air system.
yeah, I was on Cage. I was with Cage the other day whenever my wounds were fresh, very fresh. And he got the joy of telling me, what, how'd you put that?
I want to say it's a joy of telling you anything, but yeah.
Well, it was about the strength that I sometimes display, and then being brought down by uh, a female. Like the great and mighty Godzilla stubs his toe on some girl, and
But you're a
suddenly
human being, okay? It's normal. So.
suddenly Godzilla's on the ground, and this chick was just checking her hair in the mirror, wasn't even paying attention. It was an awful state of affairs, and it still is. But I think I understand it a lot better now than I did.
You seem to be doing a lot better.
Uh, understanding it, yeah, I seem to be understanding it a little bit better, but as far as enjoying any of it, no, it's still a shit show, man. It's a shit show all the way around, and I guess I just have to endure it and persevere the best that I can because I just like Don was saying, it, it, it it's inherent that we've been programmed, and generations to come will be programmed to do the same fucking thing over and over and over. They just put a new package and a new label on it, but it's the same old shit.
Yep, that's true. What were you guys talking about before I hopped on here? Something about Dominic was saying. I think you were saying something about how people want everything now, and it's all about the me, me, me. They don't look towards the future or for other generations, kind of thing.
Hmm. I like, it's always nice when people say things like, I have faith. Okay, so if the future generations to come, your kids that aren't even born yet, the kids on top of that, where are you doing things, for the future? Are you planting an apple tree for the future? You might not even be the ones that are going to reap the rewards of that apple tree. It's a self-gratification, me, me, me. We've talked about this. Cage, Axis knows this. It's the left-hand path. But people think just because they hear the left-hand path, well, that's a bad thing. I said, no. Be honest with yourself. It would be nice if some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do serve, where if people were honest when they're coming onto panels or chat, but they don't want to be honest with themselves. They want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask it. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be quick enough. Well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me, me, me can be then at that point. Be the most selfish person you can be. But my question would be then why are you living with the rest of us then? Go build your own car. Go build your own house. How about you build your own government so you can bitch and complain about them? People don't want to do that because why? They're still living under their parents' house, the government, give us the Wi-Fi, give us roads, give us grocery stores. I don't like the way it's coming to me. I said, well, you're just another person that's bitching and complaining. You're like one of those old ladies coming in the house and said, listen, nice house, but you got some dust on top of your fireplace. Get the fuck out of my house.
The dusty fireplace.
On the fireplace sill. But I get it. People want to do that. That's fine. But you would think that they would double check themselves and say, okay, if I'm going to complain, what are your solutions? Not other solutions. What are your solutions? And governments are doing the best they can do if we're going to start playing that game. And wouldn't we be no different if somebody paid me enough money? I said, listen, maybe I might even be more destructive. People like to talk about the concept of the shadow self, but do they really see it? How they've been that way most of the time by avoiding it or embracing it, but giving it a different name. I'm a Christian. Really? You're a Christian. So how does that serve you? What do you mean? How does this serve you by saying I'm a Christian? I'm a politician. I'm an electrician. I'm a father. I raised 2 kids. Did you raise 2 kids? Did you teach them how to breathe? Did you set up the schooling system? Well, no. So then what did you really do for them? At least people of old or people that are still living among us that go around and say, yeah, I go hunting for my kids. I built the house out of my bare hand. Okay, well, that might be extremity, but hey, well done.
I had to look at myself that way, Dom, is because of the approach I do take to things. Is I have a profound ability to self-destruct, and I guess for the reason of company, mutual exchange, sharing information. I should, I know my nature, and I know that I'm not going to stop. I'll take it there and past there, and I'll still keep going. And most people stop way back there, and then it just becomes a self-destructive mess that I usually wind up sitting in. Charles had a statement made on his channel today about knowledge should be free. Um, Knowledge should be shared equally and given away, and there shouldn't be any restraints put on it. And I still beg to differ because I've seen what it does. I've seen what I've done with it in destructive ways. I've seen what it's done to me in destructive ways. And in the wrong hands, which it mostly is, it becomes a weapon of destruction more so than one of benefit and growth.
It's like a hammer, right? A hammer could be used to bludgeon somebody, or it could be used to build them a home. Yeah. And even if it is free monetarily, you still have to pay attention.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, guys, at that point, I could say, okay, so, somebody says, okay, Dom, knowledge should be free. I said, okay, so let's say you don't realize you're consciously ignorant. And I'm going to tell you now that there's certain people in the world that are printing money whenever they want. Now, I've just shared with them knowledge. Now, what the fuck are they going to do with that information? See, that's freely given. See, this is what people forget. A lot of people don't realize, are you ready to receive knowledge? Forget about free. Anytime anybody says the word fucking free, run.
Yep.
Because nothing's free. You got to put an effort. Do you think the sun is free? You still got to go outside. You still got to be patient enough to wait out there so you can get some of that vitamin D in. You got to put an effort in everything that we do when you're in these physical forms. Now, when we're talking about knowledge, we're talking about now the brain, when we're receiving information. Of course, that's the ongoing program thinking, hey, yeah, I'm running the household. No, you're not. The vessel's running it. That's like a child saying, listen, yeah, I do everything in the house. No, you don't. Your parents do everything in the house. You come and go as you please. Like the ego. The self at that point. So now, if knowledge is, we are living in an age of information, but now the question is, are people going to have discernment of that information? How's that serve? I love when people use the quote, knowledge is, and then you apply it. I'm like, okay, that's fucking great. So now I know something and now I apply it. So, but where's the discernment? Do I need to do it now? Do I need to just be? Again, that's people always thinking of me, I got to do something. You are human beings. But if you want to do the doing part, yeah, go ahead, fill your boots. Go build the fucking castle. Well, Dom, I could build the castle by yourself. And who's going to run it? People just forget we live among each other. We're interdependent, but most of us, we've become so fucking dependent. They might think, okay, I'm older now, I don't live at my parents' house, but you're dependent on everybody else. You're not building the fucking roads. You're not building the gas stations. And even if you are you actually the one that pumping the gas? We become very displacent as a species. Now, somebody could probably, put the possibility, yeah, well, they broke us. I said, okay, so they're accountable. But what happened when okay, it's unfixable? Well, then we're not going to get rid of ourselves. We'll just get rid of them. Well, how are we going to do that? We're going to use them against each other. They're going to bitch and complain on fucking line. They're going to complain about the governments. They're going to make fun of religion. They're going to think the earth is this or that. And we're going to feed them. Actually, no, we'll get them to feed each other. Oh, yeah, we're going to tell you the latest new president of a country. This is what he's doing. Keep distracting them. Keep amusing them. Keep entertaining them.
I don't understand how so many people fall for that.
Access. Gage, at that point, I think it's kind of energy. You know, if me and you are around an energy and it's, you know, it starts building up energy and there's a lot of them, and me and you might say we might be have our own boundaries, we might be sucked up in that, or we actually be affected by it. So what they do is they perpetuate it. It's a magnet always pulling itself. Likeness attracts. This is the shit that these people have actually been thinking the whole fucking time, and now they're just openly speaking about that shit. Most people bitch and complain.
Like mental induction.
That's a good term. Yes, Cage. Yeah. You know, this is, you know, we wonder why people get sick. They get diseases. Okay, well, what haven't you been sharing with each other? Well, I think life sucks. I said, you're in it. What the fuck? Why are you even here then? You know, why did you decide to jump in the forum? Well, I've never heard that before. Dom, of course, those things never come across your thoughts because they're too busy with all that other crowded chatter going on. Oh, I wonder what my team's going to do. I can't believe they lost. Well, first of all, that's not your team. And if they were, would you be paying those athletes? Well, no. So then respect the fact that they've chosen a craft, regardless if it's a fucking game and it's misleading people. It's still a game. It's usually most of us get caught up in different areas. We have to have outcomes. There has to be winners or losers. I have to put my fucking likes or dislikes or my agreements or disagreements to it. There has to be demons and angels. Okay. How does that serve you? I'm going to make it about them. So how does it serve you? Well, it doesn't. So then why the fuck are you still entertaining it then?
Yeah, well, it's like auto ab chaos, order out of chaos. I believe from my research that this control, this mental induction, one of the main basis of that is the dichotomy. All right, so it has to be like you said, it has to be heat or cold. It has to be one or the other. I think that's ruled. You know, it's ruled. It's like Hegelian dialect.
Mm-hmm.
So you have an option, and the option's already predetermined before you even presented that dilemma. You know, no matter which way you go, it leads to the same result, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
If you play within those parameters.
Yeah, the engage would be give them the illusion that they have choice. I'm going to tell you, do you see the glass half full or half empty, and allow them to trip themselves by picking a choice. Like that's the illusion. Fuck. Why would I limit myself to either or? What happened if I decide I want to talk about what's in the table? What's in the glass? What's the painting behind it? Well, Dom, that's not the question I asked you. I said that's a fucking narrow question you gave me.
Yeah, right. It has to be half full or half empty instead of the observation. It's just a vessel that's containing liquid. You know.
Yeah, at that point you could ask all kinds of questions. Okay, Cage asking me, Dom, can I talk about what's in the liquid? Sure you can. Can I talk about what's the property of the glass? Sure you can. Dom, what happened if I told you I don't even see the words I'm speaking? Fucking well done, Cage. For most people, they'll aimlessly pick a side. I said, you're a simple fucking cattle at that point. And I hate to offend a cattle.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And to what you were saying before about people bitching and complaining about certain things. Well, yeah, you know what? That's fine to a certain extent if you act on it. Now you have to take that knowledge and act and do something in this realm and Malkuth, whatever you want to call it, in this physical reality. If not, then you're just wasting time. There's no wasting breath unless you actually do something and put it into action, right?
Well, it doesn't always have to be an action, you know, because those people that are bitching and complaining, then there's the opposite side. This goes back to the half full, half empty. Oh, let me show you a whole picture of my grandkids. What the fuck, you don't even ask me if I give a shit about your fucking grandkids. You know, those are the people that, oh, I'm a Christian, or I went on this amazing vacation. Oh, okay, do I get a say in the matter? Well, no, I'm really excited. I said, you're the same person that's going to say I'm fucking bitching and complaining. It's about the me still. That's the game that's being played on the human race. They don't waver too far, whether it's a positive or negative connotation. I don't give a shit. You know, now if they ask me, Dom, do you really care? Do you really want to know whether I went to Europe? Not really, but you know something. It sounds like you're excited. At least you gave me a choice in the matter. Yeah, go ahead, fill your boots. I'll sit here and I hear you. But most people quickly open their fucking mouth and they start bitching and complaining, or they quickly go around and say, "Well, my life's amazing." Okay, do I get a say in the matter? No. So I guess I could be anybody at that point. We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish. And
I was gonna mention that. I like how you said rationally selfish, because that is needed. You do have to care for yourself, and that's the only way to help others if you want to be selfless after.
Well,
What?
selfish is okay, Cage. But when I say rationally, they're using the interpretation that you're considering others in it. Cage, do you mind if I talk about this stuff? Not really, dumb. Okay, no problem. Most people don't want to ask those questions because they're not prepared to hear yes or no. So they make this quick assumption that, well, if I ask him, he's not going to like it. I said, but at least you know where he stands, friend or foe. I want to know
Yeah,
where
and
you stand.
a lot of it has to do with how people are raised in their environment too, because through adaptation, people adapt to their environments. So people that had it kind of on easy mode, nothing really terrible happening to them throughout their lives, like they had the option, the privilege to be fucking selfish.
They can, Cage,
So
but then there's those other people that give the same fucking sad story. I had a fucking disadvantaged life. I said, have you ever questioned yourself why you had a disadvantaged life? You ever question why you grew up in that environment? Well, not really. So then stop your fucking bitching and complaining.
I love that personally. Like I would not have it any other way. The way I
Well,
grew up,
no, Cage, no
it, co-
difference.
it
Cage,
built character.
true, no difference. Somebody would say, you know something, I would never have it no other way, knowing that I lived with my parents, have a yacht, have a big mansion. So they've never questioned their environment. They'll gladly say we're better than them. I said, you've never questioned you, so you wouldn't even know who the fucking them is. This is the thing that you know me, Cage, well enough. I fucking despise being polite with fucking people because their emotions aren't developed enough. And what they do is they'll question other people, but they don't question themselves. It was always about knowing the self and how much they're full of shit.
I know it riles you up, Dominic. I know.
No, you don't, Cage. I do that to myself, Cage. You just get in the way sometimes, Cage. I love you dearly, but you just get in the way. I said, if I'm going to be a fucking storm, get out of the fucking way. Let me pay the price for my fucking actions and the way I speak.
Yeah. I understand your frustration. But
Yeah, it is. It is frustration, but then again, that's from my own personal growth because I know I'm being my own hypocrite. Now, other people that's always about them, they're going to think I'm talking about them. I don't give a flying fuck about them. And if they ask me straight out, I said, that's not my concern. You're living in that vessel. You should be concerned about yourself. Now, if you want to talk out loud, I'll gladly hear you. Outside of that, anybody that thinks I'm talking about them, I said, did I call your fucking name? No. So then shut the fuck up.
people do. I've noticed that too. Yeah, when you bring up a generality, people always, I guess it's their ego or something, but they assume that you're talking about them
No,
automatically.
they're revealing themselves, Cage, at that
Yeah.
point. It's all about them. It's the government. They're not taking care of me. Religion didn't do nothing for me. The earth is flat earth, and so it's all a bunch of fucking noise. Because it doesn't serve them to what I'm going to sit there and hear them say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift. You can hear them, but don't worry about it. You don't have to say nothing because they don't give a shit what the fuck you have to say anyway.
It's like the old saying: you can lead a horse to water, you can't make a drink, type thing.
Yeah, well, at least the horse they serve a purpose.
It'll drink when it gets thirsty enough. It'll drink.
Sure. Yeah. But again, this is not for the consumption of the masses. This is the consumption of the few. It could be millions because the masses are already showing what they're doing. It'd be different if all of the system wasn't working and we think, okay, well, maybe the masses aren't biting them. No, the system is working the way it's designed. And the masses are eating it up like there's no tomorrow. It's the few that think, oh, well, Dom, I think we're all becoming conscious. You're fucking naive then. Go to the mall, go to the churches, go to a synagogue, and you just sit there long enough and don't have any thought. Just sit there and say, yeah, these people might be all asleep like me. Yeah, they are. People are still going to go to work. People are going to still send their kids to a schooling system. People are still going to go to religion. People are still going to be voting. Just talking about we're not going to vote. I said, okay, well, how many of you aren't going to vote? A couple hundred? And do your vote even count? See, they're not even getting to those kind of conversations. Do they even count? Well, then why would they do it? Oh, now you want a philosophy fucking inquiry with a why. Most people don't care about philosophy. They don't care about discernment.
Yeah, it's like I've had people tell me before. I'm like, oh, I've never voted before, and then so like then you shouldn't have any. They tell me then you shouldn't have any opinion on this at all. I'm like, that is all right.
Well, the irony is, Cage, if you choose not to weigh in on one way or the other, you should be able to be more flexible. Then it's usually the person that actually votes that said, now you've narrowed your choices. You're going to either defend one and attack the other. The thing is, you don't understand the others, and let alone do you really understand what you're defending. It's usually the one that says, you know something, I'm in the system. So in a way, I've actually voted. I just didn't put an X to it. I go work for fiat currency, so I've kind of voted. I've leaned in on something. But they think literally it has to be some sort of X. You know, why an X? Why? Because they never really taught human beings actually how to read or write. But eventually when they did, they taught them the way they wanted to be taught.
Yeah, I'm like a ghost on paper. Yeah, there's not much of a paper trail leading to me.
Yeah, but again, there's also the voice part, Cage. We come onto these kind of platforms. I'm not worried about being spied upon, part and parcel, because I realize I have to be concerned about myself. And if I'm not good with myself, why would I give a shit about other people then? And if I do care about myself, then, you know, if you're not doing nothing harming other people, you should be okay with it. And if you're constantly doing it to harm other people, you should still be okay with it. So it's a win-win. It's usually the people that are just naive and say, well, I don't like to harm anybody. So the fact that you have to say that out loud, you're full of shit. Because I could probably show you indirectly you're harming a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, I used to do it. I used to think I was fucking karma when I was young.
Could be. It could be, Cage. It
I'd
could
fucking
be.
appear. I'd appear in that fucking place for a random person. I'd be like, all right, I'm karma. I knew this is meant to happen for some reason. It's like, you know, I never physically harmed them, probably psychologically, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, in a way, if a person has an offspring, you're technically harming them because you're in a system that you're not questioning, and even if you are questioning it, are you able to even to do anything? No. Well, then your kids are going to inherit that system unless you have a long-term plan. Say, listen, I'm going to live in a system, take advantage of the system, and then I'm going to leave the system and live out in a country. I said, you're just another clever fucking selfish human being. Get the fuck out of here. That'll be like selling drugs to kids and say, well, you know, Dom, I don't really agree with that. I said, okay, so now you what? You choose not to sell drugs anymore? Yeah. I said, but you're going to keep your nice car in your house that you benefited from it? If they say, well, yes, I said, no, you're just a hypocrite then. You know,
Yeah, especially the really bad drugs that destroy people's lives. Yeah.
Well, everything destroyed people. We can even say this kind of stuff we're doing is a drug. You know, you're in an industry, Cage, where they made it legal and illegal to put something in your mouth. And then, of course, the sheep, the masses say, well, you know, I'm allowed to do it now because it's legal. I said, really? You mean you're going to tell me you're going to endorse the government that's told you before it's illegal and now it's legal, and you're going to promote that shit? You're a fucking sleeper.
Yeah, the reason why it was made illegal gets pretty deep. It's because of like textiles, the textile industry, you know, like the lumber industry, clothing industry. It could pretty much replace everything, even fuel. So that's why it was originally made illegal. Even hemp, which is not even a drug. It just, you know, like that's where the word canvas comes from.
So let's look at that, Cage, regardless of all the details, because you've already lost most people here, because most people aren't going to get into that. So now let's go to the ideal. Did they do that to animals? No, they did it on a previous human generation. So it shows you how easy it is to fucking condition humanity. So now, how long did it take for everybody to have a cell phone, have a computer, use Wi-Fi? Didn't take long.
Yeah, it's growing at an exponential rate.
Sure it is. So hey, next week we're going to offer everybody the chip. There you go. You're the ones that weren't taking the mask and taking that little injection or whatever. We'll give you some free McDonald's coupons, and you can have that chip on your arm. You'll see how quickly fucking people take it.
I remember with that injection thing, they're offering people like a free lap dance at the strip club, free burgers and fries if you get it.
What kind of fries?
Salt and vinegar.
Yeah. But again, that's where we're at. I'm making fun of myself when I'm talking that way. You know, I recently just got my first job because it was a wasp thing. So at least I've got, you know, I got some wasp in me now. But
lucky the hornet never got you, bro.
Yeah, I know. But hey, it's funny. I'm trying to tippy-toe around words here because we're on Access's channel. So, you know, when people talk about, you know, I didn't do this and I didn't do that, I say, okay, but you work in an office, right? Well, yeah. I said, do you make it a point not to wear the requirement tie? What do you mean, Dom? I said, well, you're wearing a tie. Is it out of choice, or is it because that's required of you? Well, it's required of me. I said, so then if they also ask you to take a jab, would you not do that too? Sure, you would. And if you wouldn't, what would you be giving up in exchange for that? Commerce. You know, if all,
Yeah.
all of a sudden they say, okay, guys, everybody in Canada and America, anybody that has even license plates, you get to drive on a Tuesday. Anybody with odd plates, like in Mexico, you can drive on a Wednesday. And you can fuel your car up on a Thursday. Well, how are you going to force people to do that? Well, we're going to make sure gas is cheap on a Thursday. We're not really that intellectual as a species. But yeah, we think magically we're the one that created Wi-Fi. We created airplanes.
Why do you think this technology came from above or from some other dimension?
Well, I'm going to
What brought
speculate,
it?
Case. I'm going to speculate, but I can always deduct what it isn't. I could say it's not humans. Now, somebody could say, yeah, but I know a person. I said, you honestly trying to tell me one guy created the plane? Come on, get out of here. Are you going to tell me a guy like Musk is the one? No, he's another, he's what, maybe a little bit above middle management, maybe? I doubt it, but.
Middleman to what? Oh, sorry, I just.
That's all right, man. Go ahead.
I don't know. What were you going to say? Sorry about that.
I was doing some research on where Wi-Fi and the internet came from and how it was developed. And oddly enough, the internet was developed at CERN, and it's actually a plane. It's almost like like the ether, and the internet itself is just another plane, such as the ether, that they discovered while doing research at CERN, that they found could transmit, harness, and utilize a certain type of energy. So they basically opened up that medium at CERN, which eventually became what we use as the internet. It's just another plane of. I don't know how they discovered it, but apparently that's where it comes from.
Mm-hmm. But again, it kind of goes. I know people like playing with the word. What came first, the chicken or the egg? I'm like, okay, guys, you're playing duality. Where did the language come from? The word chicken or egg. So it's kind of like.
I'm sure it was already here.
It could have been. It could. I'll entertain that access where it's like we can replant trees and all that, but where did the trees come from? Where did the clouds come from? Meaning that maybe not even where they come from, who created it? This is where we have that awness. Okay, can we give it a name? Aliens, gods, reptilians, demigods, fallen ones. Fuck, we can use all kinds of names. Again, that's me speculating, and I'm using words to try to describe the undescribable. So knowing that, then who gave us the ability to build bridges? Who gave us the ability to create factories, metal and all that kind of stuff?
Metal and all that. If you go back to their history, it'd be something called Tubal Cain.
Okay, so we go back to a point and where it's written or is spoken. But even that, like say we could go back then and say, yeah, Dom, it's just we still don't know either. We just knew somebody woke up one day, he was inspired, and next thing you know, he's playing with different elements. I said, okay, so he was inspired. Oh, okay, so maybe it came from thoughts. Okay, so, and then it manifests itself here. Like, am I still to assume, that the sun and the moon are material? For a lot of people, they do. They hear the story, well, it's heat up there. I'm like, okay, but I've jumped out of a plane. It's more colder up there than down here. So how does that work then? And then, of course, you talk about magnetic. I said I would lean towards that. But again, we're using words to describe it. Who gave us even the language we're using? People don't want to go there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've done my research on that, right? The alphabet, alpha and beta. That's where that word comes from. And then if you look into why it's standardized at 26 characters,
Mhm.
It has to do with something called the tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He. So it's directly linked to Hebrew language and encoded in that way. If you look into gematria and all these different things, the
Okay, so
26 is very prevalent.
we go back a little bit further, and now we're at Hebrew. Okay, so we're at still another language. Who gave that language?
Well, that probably came from ancient Samaria, and eventually, right, it got repackaged into Hebrew. And yeah, and that goes back to that story of the Anunnaki,
Okay. Again,
the Watchers,
yeah,
beings from
we could,
above.
yeah, we can follow ourselves into another species at that point, because then we have other species here, like animals. They communicate in their own way, but we don't. Well, I can't say for myself. I can't speak even for other people where I don't understand their language. I might be able to be around a cat long enough and pick up some patterns, but I still don't know its language, let alone who created that AI.
The real language is silent, but that's been removed from people. You can communicate with animals through the mind.
Hmm. Well, it goes back to what I said. When they get inspired. What is that state you're in? You're usually in silence and stillness. So that is some sort of medium or communication form, which is silence. And people used to use the term silence is golden. Why golden? Because people that were able to be channelers would drink gold or wear gold. So it would be a better conduit. So when they were sleeping or even in the waking state, I'm going to guess to a certain point, the waking state, they were able to channel down information. Hence, silence is golden. Now, I'm playing with words here, guys. Now, I don't have answers, but it might sound like I have answers. Again, that's usually the person I'm thinking it's either or. There has to be a question, so therefore there has to be an answer. Well, there could be many possibilities and there could be many outcomes. Which one do you want? And which one serves in that moment? And for most people that have been indoctrinated, that's already beyond their scope of fucking comprehension. So they're just going to say, well, Dominic, I'm going to hear what you have to say. So now you just know knowledge. And how are you going to apply that now? I don't know what to do with that, Dom. Bingo. And that's a B4, by the way, for bingo.
There you go. So what would you say the difference between knowledge and wisdom is?
One would be discernment. What can I do with that information? Like if all of a sudden me, you, and Axis came across a certain type of language that we've never seen before, we know of it now. Well, what do I do with it? Do I even comprehend it? Do I have discernment? Do I understand all the different symbols? No, but I'm knowledgeable of it. Other people will have a belief system. Well, there's a language out there. Oh, I'm going to believe that, but they don't know what it is. And now when it presents itself, now they know it. It's like if they met a guy named Jesus, now they know of him, but they don't know nothing about him. They don't have discernment. What does he stand for? What's his morale level and all that? For most people, they'll say, well, I've heard of a guy named Jesus. That's a belief. Like, no different. There was a guy named Socrates. Yeah, but there was something written about him. I said, but he never wrote nothing. There's usually a reason why those kind of characters never wrote nothing, because they understood the written work and what it does to future generations. It dumbs them down. Pen to paper. And of course, people use the story, the pen was mightier than the sword. They're both fucking weak. Killing the flesh and then what? Having pen to paper so you can play around with your blood, your memory?
That's another funny play on words, right? Words, it's swords.
Yep.
Just put the S at the beginning, and it's an anagram for sword. So,
Yeah. It can cut. It can cut. Literally, you should be able to cut words. Challenge it. If you're going to think it's positive, you should be able to think it's negative. Most people will say the word evil, but they'll never go inwards and say, okay, well, what does evil really mean? You're in an evil world. You're in a material world. You're in a physical world. You're in an objective world. Interesting.
yeah, and the silence is golden thing is like back to what you're saying about the cat. You're saying you can only understand the cat's body language and all that. But yeah, there's something called animal magnetism
Mm-hmm.
and telepathy where you can do it to animals and people even. Especially animals, especially cats are responsive. My mom got this new cat recently. And it was like she had it for a few days, and then I went and visited, and the cat was hiding in that. It was not like moving all sketchy. He didn't want to come out or whatever. So I seen the cat, and I looked into its eyes, directly into its eyes from the cat's eye, and I projected that you're safe here, everything's good, and there's nothing to fear, kind of thing. All of a sudden, the cat's like fucking in love with me. It follows me. Same thing. It came out. It allowed people to. It jumped up. It was like chilling. It was all like broken in after because of that thought projection into the mind of that animal. So it's like
And this cage
positive.
is, a lot of us have forgotten to look for those people that are wise mystics, wizards, witches, or whatever. Where some people, they're able to communicate with other species. In this case, like animals, cats. I mean, sorry, an animal like a cat or a dog or a bird or insects. Or even with the clouds or mystics or seers that know how to communicate. So I'm having a vision. Oh, okay. You know, we've lost that respect for
Yeah.
those kind of people that have that ability, even among ourselves. But what we end up doing is we end up settling for the programs. I want to be entertained. And most people aren't going to say that openly, but their actions and what they gaze themselves, and they'll play with their senses, and they'll think that's what's called reality to them, never questioning those things.
Exactly. And a lot of people boil it down to that animal or whatever. They say animals can read character, right? Like a dog will bark at somebody that's like a bad person or whatever, has bad intent. So I think that connection is always there, regardless.
Hmm.
Right? So they could pick up on stuff like that. They could pick up your inner being in a way. But then you can also project that onto it in a way.
Sure, you can. Well, if you have something roaming around you and playing you like a fiddle, that dog's or that animal's picking it up, and it might be trying to communicate with whoever you think you are or aren't, saying, "Yeah, something's waiting for you. It is hovering over your shoulder." Yeah, but I don't want to be observed. I said, no, it's always observing you. Most people think they put on a mask and they think, well, nobody's going to know who I really am. I said, okay, well, who gives a shit what other people think? It's what you are aware of within. Now, if you value the concept, I value it in that sense too, Cage, karma. Whatever my actions are, will it come back and bite me? Yeah, it can, positive and negative.
Yeah, and that's the thing where people they always associate karma with some negative thing, like a punishment.
It can be.
But it goes both ways, yeah. It's equal.
Mhm.
It's equal in both senses.
Well, I go with the ideal negative fuels the positive. The unknown fuels the known. So people, what they would think of positive, they would say, okay, it's like a car. You have the positive polarity, but you also need the negative polarity. If not, and without grounding, you wouldn't have what's called a car. We would call it something else then. So you do need it. You dare not take away the negative lead. Does the car still work? And vice versa with the positive. You take it off the ground, would it be a car at that point? Or we would call it something like a jet. So again, those are simple examples that a child, if you explain it to them, they'll make that quick association. But when you get older, most people have been so conditioned, they can't even make that simple observation from within. Now, there's a good chance a lot of these people don't have the visual skills from within. So they literally have to live precariously through some senses. We're dumb, I have to touch it. Okay, so you're touching something that we call an elephant. Where did you get the word elephant? I always enjoy when people try to give those kind of depictuation. I said, but you're using a language that you don't see, but you're spending so much time trying to depictuate or describe the physical. What language are we going to use to describe the physical? What does it mean? Well, wouldn't that denounce the fact that it is what it is then? If I can call a tree in 5 different languages, does that confirm or denounce that a tree is what we think it is? Or we just need more categorization? I have to call that a tree. Well, then that guy over there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If I could, Dom.
No, go ahead. You've allowed us to roam here, by the way. Access,
No,
thanks.
that's fine. I appreciate it. Whenever you show someone how to remove safety protocols and allow them to free up all that infinite possibility, and they no longer put measurement to things, I found that they go insane, Dom.
Well, for the majority, yeah, I would say so. You know, insanity. They're going to get depressed. Their enchantment now becomes a disenchantment, and they're going to do everything in their power to try to go back. You know, which will be a struggle for them because then they're going to start seeing others being enchanted. You know, it's kind of like being in another realm and saying, "Well, gee, I never was the body." Yeah, well, it's too late now. You're not going back into that body. Yeah, but I thought
They
that was
can't.
real. Oh, okay. So what are you going to do then? Go ahead, sorry.
They can't.
hmm You know, some of the work that we do here is to prepare us for those other works, and it's not always in the physical. If anything else, with all sincerity, has never really been in the physical. You know, what we do with our moving of our hands, those are just movements. It's like saying a car is real. No, it just moves. So a lot of the things that people read, like teachings of some sort, that's more for that other part of us. You know, it's like giving information to Siri. We're not giving information to the computer's plastic. We're giving information to the program that's within it. Now, that could be way off for most people, but if they're interested in that kind of stuff, they should at least entertain that ideal. But if people are already going with the ideal, well, there has to be a right and a wrong. I said, well, then you're not interested in entertaining ideals. So then why don't you just cast a vote? Because that's what most people are doing with the rights and wrongs. They're casting their vote. They don't know enough to reserve and say, okay, well, I'm going to reserve myself from voting then. Yes. You know, when people bring in their I agree or disagree, I said, okay, so I'm hearing them. I'm like, but what are you agreeing upon? Does it sound good? What are you disagreeing with? It doesn't sound good. So you're telling me there's certain types of music you like and other type of music you don't like? If they say yes, I say, okay, now can we break it down? Is it the frequency in the music? Is it the lyrics? Is it the environment? Is it the ambiance? Well, Dom, that's way too much information. I said, you've been indoctrinated. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. You've just been indoctrinated. Somebody's already told you you're going to be living most of your life with the glass half empty. But don't be mad at them because they've been indoctrinated too. And then, like you're saying, you're using those words. I love the words you're using. The safety protocols. That's dangerous for most people. Access. If they were honest with themselves, they would say, "Access, I'm not ready for it." It's usually the people that are full of shit and they're not willing to be open about it. They're going to say, "Yeah, I think I'll try that access." No, you're playing with fire now at that point, and I don't think it's even that element.
It's proven to be truthful.
Well, like what Axis, it kind of reminds me of what you were saying there, Axis. You were saying earlier that how Charles was saying no one should be free, but you're saying if it gets into the wrong hands, it could be used in a malicious manner.
Yeah.
So yeah. So with that, it's like I think that's one of the safety protocols put on true understanding of this stuff. Like if you're not, you have to go through a whole lot of shit, and eventually, when you get to that point, you're not. Most of the time, I think most people would not use that for a malicious purpose because they know it's going to come back to them for sure. Even if they can get away with it in this vessel, in this life, or whatever, it's still going to fuck you at the end.
I wouldn't give that much credibility to a lot of people, Cage. I think most people wouldn't know what to do with it. They might stumble in the dark. The few might be malicious, and even the whole terminology, I wouldn't know what to do with it or in the wrong hands. Knowledge is not about the physical. Knowledge is about the brain and information in our auras. So when a person has knowledge, you can manifest it and put it into the physical, but most people aren't interested in that, Cage. They're just not. If it was, then we would have a whole bunch of people fighting with it. No, I want to do the next invention. Most of us have been conditioned. The few are the ones that run the show. Now, that few could be millions. I'm not going to denounce the fact that it could be millions, but the majority of them, and I'm going to give the assumption there's billions of human beings on this plane, they're not interested in that. They want to consume whatever that's being fed to them.
Yeah, from I know certain people that are on a very, very high level, and they'd only use it to benefit others. They don't even use it for themselves, really. like that, unless it's absolutely necessary. Like, not to like gain shit, power, to like fuck with people. Like, how easy it is to fuck with people's life if you really want to.
Okay, so
It's like,
Cage, would those people have a tough time comprehending the possibility you've elevated yourself in a position that you think you're higher than others, but you've elevated yourself over people that are so fucking low that you're not even fucking middle? Could they ever even entertain the idea that the people that think that they're wise aren't even fucking close to that?
I'd say it's like different degrees of the same thing. It's like hot or cold.
Hmm.
Right? It's the same thing. That's temperature. But it's really just it's the same thing. It's different degrees of the same thing. So I'm not saying one's lesser or greater than the other. They all need to be there. It's like different notes on the musical scale. They all have to be there in order to create the harmony or create the orchestra, to orchestrate the show. So either way, it's necessary. I want to say one would be better than the other.
Okay.
It's different degrees of the same thing.
Hmm. All right. So we always have to use degrees. Keep us in those angles.
Might as well.
Well, there's 360 degrees of
People,
curvature. Yeah. Hmm.
people that I've encountered up until now and even now, when you take their intent to measure everything and you show them how not to apply measurement, they can't handle that type of freedom in the mind. It does something to them.
Well, you got to be aware of unearned knowledge. So if you don't go and do your own research, put in fucking countless hours, like really learn it through experience, and it's just handed to you. It's like handing somebody a fucking firearm. It's like giving them a fucking AK, without them ever shooting before or knowing how to clean it or load it or anything. It's just like a foreign object to them, and telling them to go, go use that and go see what you do with it. They're gonna fucking start. They're gonna start, they'll have zero aim. It's gonna start hitting random bystanders. It's gonna be like
They
it'll jam. They won't know
self-destruct.
how to clear it. Yeah, but
That's what I've seen. They self-destruct.
Unless somebody gets knowledge, and we'll use information knowledge, even where is similar, and they start embodying that information, like literally in body. You start using that gut and all that, and you start communicating with the mind, and then eventually becomes like a mantra. Then you don't no longer have to speak it. You literally embody it. Then you'll start having discernment when to apply it. How does it serve? But for most people, they get information. There's a whole bunch of entities waiting for them. Say, yeah, they're going to quickly react. Yeah, he's mine. I'll deal with him. He thinks it's because he knows a little bit of information. He understands a little bit how the government works, how Wi-Fi works, and all that. I'll play with him like a puppet on a fucking string. And of course, for them, they'll continuously live a physical existence, never questioning the words that they use and the emotions that they express. Where do I see emotions? I don't know. I know we manifest it in the physical, but how do we really know that's anger or sadness? Well, Dom, it is what it is then. I said, so then we don't question things anymore here. So then traditions are going to die, or people follow it aimlessly. And then people start categorizing, well, I'm this type of race. Really? You're that type of race. Yeah, I'm this. I'm like, okay, so you've categorized yourself already. So how does it serve you? Because it could be. I'm always entertaining ideals. It could be.
that's one of the main forms of control. Is you have to break people down into different categories and subcategories, and then make them fight amongst each other, and then that's how you control billions of people.
They could be. They could be controlling age, or most people could just be under the influence of being ignorant.
Self-governance is self-regulation.
It could
But
be. Or what about the idea that they're just ignorant? They're ignoring things that are
yes,
right there.
yes, that's true. But to go back to the point you were talking about just earlier, when Axis is saying like, it could be dangerous certain knowledge. I think this is where the idea of these initiatory schools or these initiatory bodies or organizations come in, right? Like the OTO or the Golden Dawn or even Freemasonry or one of these things. I guess that's their thinking. If you just handed it out to everybody, so they make you go through certain degrees or processes or steps in order to, build a foundation. So yeah, if you're handed something that powerful, You know, you're not going to fucking hurt yourself or somebody else with it unintentionally.
Well,
So
Cage, I'll use the word, we have middle management. Those clubs are security guards.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
all they are. They're security guards for the system. They're going to take advantage of other people that are unconsciously taking advantage of themselves.
But like, look at Pythagoras. The Pythagorean mystery school, for example, is based off Hermeticism, pretty much, like the teachings of ancient Kemet or Egypt.
Mhm.
Probably before that. And in that school, you know, you'd have to do for 6 years. You'd have to be in silence, I believe, it was 6 years. So in
Okay.
6 years, you cannot speak, you cannot do shit. You just have to sit there and learn for 6 years. Then you can start learning and, and doing all that.
Okay. So let's say you have 500 candidates and you're going to put them under a 6-year retreat of silence. So now out of that, you pick so many, we're going to have maybe out of 600, we're going to have about 30 of them. So now is that not a program? Now we've already have 30 of them that are conditioned.
Of course, it's a conditioning program. It's like a martial art.
Now, if
When
you
I learned
choose,
martial arts, for example, before I learned anything, they made me condition for about a year and a half before I got to learn anything.
yes.
Just to get to, and then from there, I didn't learn a punch or a kick or any sort of thing like that. From there, I learned how to fucking fall, do break falls. I learned how to fall. That was the first thing I was taught after a year and a half of, and then it was like a half a year of just falling. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Okay. So knowing is conditioning them. So language is conditioning. So how do we not know all of that is not anchoring? Again, this no matter what we do or say, we should be able to question those things. I'm just saying it out loud. If I'm the kind of cat, I don't even have to speak it. I just have those thoughts. That's interesting. Let's play around with that for a bit. Where what would it serve to be a monk? And he says, Dominic or whoever, they don't use my name, but let's say they turn around and say, I'm practicing non-attachment. I said, but then why are you shaving your head and wearing purple like the rest of them? So you're being conditioned to learn a martial art. So you're being anchored in the physical. Now you might actually say, but spiritually, I said, you are in the realm of spiritual material, the tree of knowledge. What about wisdom? Where are you going to use discernment and understanding? Because most people are into knowledge. So you're going to know things.
it's a way of life and a philosophy. It merges between the micro and macrocosm, if you want to call it that.
It could be a
Or
philosophy,
spirit.
Cage. A philosophy, the love of wisdom. For discernment, yes. People will say the word why, no different. They'll say the word how. How is more of a scientific kind of, how do things come to be, opposed to why do things come to be? What are things? I'm not talking about the material at that point. I'm not even talking about the senses. I'm talking about thoughts. And then once a person realizes, well, if thoughts are things, what's the essence to those things? That is when you go inwards. Now, it should be something you choose to do, not something you go to some sort of fucking club to become. I
Of
don't give a
course.
shit. I get it. Yeah, I enjoy a guy like Manly P. Hall because he was an individual. The club that he was with, they probably wanted him in there. I said, but most of them in that club don't fucking understand him just because he repeats it with words.
Oh,
That's more.
he got the 33rd degree in the Scottish Rite, but he never did any of the initiations or any of that.
Yeah. Well,
Like he did his own research. He was so advanced that like just give this guy the honorary title. And I
well,
guess
he
he
was
had to accept it. He accepted it though. So it's like,
again, it's getting any kind of indoctrination or any kind of bachelor of art. Hey, I didn't go to university. You went to university 10 years. I'm a movie star. They're going to give me the same kind of rewards you got. That's just a piece of paper. So in this case, to be honored as 33-degree Mason when there's fucking tons of fucking degrees, that's a fucking downplay. But that's them being the security guard. Hey, those 33-degree Mason people are bad. That serves our purpose. Well, those Mason people, they're good. Serves our purpose. They're not actually stopped playing their fucking moronic games. Now, there could be some teachings and all that kind of stuff. Unless you get lucky and you meet an immortal being, hopefully from within, you can get that kind of teachings. But for most people, they got to get it down in pen to paper. Fuck, go to sleep now. Please, go to sleep. Keep going to sleep. What book? What part of the book are you going to read, left or right? You're going to read it in leather form. You're going to read it in a fuck. You're going to read it like a scroll.
an immortal being. Like it reminds me of the Count of Saint Germain.
Yep.
Call him the man dressed in black that appears throughout the ages. You never know.
Yeah.
Never know
Throughout
when
the
he'll
ages.
pop up.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying I've met one, but even if I did, what would it look like to me? Would it be entertaining my senses? Like, again, I'm playing with ideals here, guys. Most people don't want to play with ideals because they want everything has to be proven. It's okay, so everything's constant or consistent here. Are those two things up in the sky the same thing down here? Meaning, are they physical? I don't know. I said, good start. You don't know. But let's say you did know. How would you apply discernment to it? Not just the physical. That's what most people play. Let those fucking sheeps hang in the handle themselves. Those are idiots at that point. Those are the people that say shit like, oh, I'm going to build on. Well, what's your foundation? What are you building on? Is it crumble? Will it crumble when you're challenged for the first time? And the one that should be challenging that is themselves, not others. That's wasted energy. That's why I say jokingly, get a piece of 2x4, not you guys, get a piece of 2x4, go in the back fucking 40, click yourself over your fucking head. Why? Because you need to get your attention, not mine. Now, everything I just said now could be full of shit, but has people ever questioned all the dogmas that's been presented to them? Do people know what a doctor is, what a chemist is, what this Earth's shape is or isn't? Have they ever questioned it? Have they been able to entertain two different ideals, let alone many ideals, whether or not it's a globe, an Earth, fucking triangle, the clouds look like they're fucking mice, whatever words they want to use to describe things. Well, Dom, I wouldn't do that. So then why the fuck are you here then? And I'm not talking about being in my presence. Why are you in that form? Oh, I never thought of that, Dom. Bingo, you've never had that thought. And what are thoughts? Things. Now, when they talk about the external, you're talking about afterthoughts. So we got to come down to the level of knowledge when most people are stuck in belief systems. Fuck. Then you wonder why fucking some people are frustrated or some people say, fuck, I'd rather just stay quiet. Why? Let them fucking continue.
Glasses.
Yeah, you've lost your patience with this shit. I could tell, in a way. Yeah, maybe when I'm your age, I'll be the same. I've just probably had enough at that point. But
maybe. But then again, what age is?
well, it's just probably just seeing the same thing over and over again. You're like double my age.
Mm-hmm. Again, we live in different ages. Has the Earth aged? Is the mind aging? It goes back to when we say words like, okay, somebody's 30 years old. What are we actually saying is 30 years old? Our memories, our thoughts, are they even our thoughts? Is it the brain? Is it the blood? Is it the water? Is it the flesh? What's 30 years old? Are we basing it on the Georgian calendar for most people? Because the
Well,
sun
just the
travels.
age of this physical vessel.
Yes. So, and for some people, if they become aware, have discernment, they'll say, well, I'm not the physical vessel. Oh, so you have discernment. For other people, they'll just know about that. Oh, yeah, Dom, I'm not the vessel. I said, are you the thoughts too now? Well, I never thought of that. I said, okay, so you're just playing around with knowledge. You're not really playing around with discernment. Knowledge is the child. To know things is a good start. The belief systems are stumbling blocks. I believe in Jesus. Okay, so I gave you a name and you believe in all that. Have you ever met him? Well, no. But let's say you did meet him. What would that mean then? Is it a belief now or is now you know? I know. So how would you apply knowing a guy named Jesus? Fucking humans are so stupid.
Yeah, knowledge is. Well, that's how control is established, and people are controlled to condition like this because it's a few people having knowledge, discretionary knowledge over the masses.
Yes, but
Once you have that, now you can manipulate and control things easily.
But
Like
again,
like knowing certain things, you know how easy it is to manipulate shit and
why
control
would you,
the
Cage?
reality.
That's the whole idea. That's usually people that are fucking dumb with knowledge.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wouldn't do it. But I'm saying some people, they don't care. They just
Some.
want A lot. Well, the ones running, they don't care about what happens later. They care about what happens right now. They
With
just
all
want to have this
sincerity,
right.
Cage, with sincerity, most people don't know how to care. Just because they say they care or don't care. The fact that we have to say those words, that means you don't care. You don't know how to care. Because if you did, you wouldn't have to say those words. Just like the word truth. If you truly understood the energy of truth, you don't go around defending it or attacking it.
Oh, not
It
me. I'm
is.
not saying I care or
No, I know
don't
you
care.
don't. I know that.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, yeah, that's what. And hence, this is why you get like these rituals, like the cremation of care.
Mhm.
It's a reverse absolution ritual.
But we
Meaning,
still have.
pretty much what they do is they put this energy and they forgive themselves, and it's like a karmic thing. Like they neutralize it by doing it before it even happens, technically in this timeline. So
But
they're
I have,
like,
but Cage, I have to include us in this because it wouldn't be fair because we're in this forum. So we have those moments that we play these moronic games that we think we do or don't care. So it's usually when we exclude ourselves from the fun that we put ourselves in harm's way. Or so, well, then you're the unicorn. No, I'm not. I'm that hypocrite. I'm okay with talking this way. Where other people say, no, Dom, so what, you're going to wait to become perfect before you can talk? And who are you going to be talking to if you're the only perfect person here? That's an egotistical fucking piece of shit. And their parents failed them fucking miserably. And they've done nothing more than carry on the baton like it's a relay or something. But then they'll quickly get defensive and they'll make it about me. I said, you just proved yourself. Shut the fuck up, you moron. Now, they should be saying that to themselves. I shouldn't have to say that to them. That's your start. Because if not, then what? We as a species just woke up one day and we have wars, poverty, women mistreated, men mistreating each other, children being neglectful. That just happened overnight. We should all take accountability. Pointing fingers to other people is fucking the Adam and Eve story all over again.
and that's when things actually change once you start doing that. Because I did that. I did that when I was like 16, almost 17, or I think it was like 17 or something.
You didn't do it when
So
you were a
from there,
baby?
yeah, and from I just realized how fucking stupid I was and how fucking brainwashed and retarded I was. Like I snapped out of this shit. And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot, pretty much. And then and then I reprogrammed and everything fucking changed like magic. It's
Well,
perfect.
you start taking account. I would assume, Cage, you're probably taking accountability for your own actions, your own
Yeah,
and the
and
lessons you
I
receive.
knew what I could. I knew what I was capable of when I could start doing, and then everything just happened. I started meeting the right people. Everything just changed.
Well, you got
Within less than a year, I was like stupid fucking up. Like I got me and my mom out of that fucking area, and everything was perfect. So
well, you're just going to be more aware of different environments that you put yourself in. You're going to be around different people. You know, it's usually when we put ourselves thinking, well, I'm around good people now. Well, that opens up a fucking can of worms of questions. How do we know they're good? You know, it's kind of like going to the church. Show me the weakest link and I'll show you your church.
well, yeah, good is subjective, right? Like it pretty much boils down to some fucking orangutan monkey shit. All right, human being, something that benefits them or makes them feel good. Okay, that's good. Something inconveniences them or makes them, like it's uncomfortable. Bad. That's pretty much what it is. So it's subjective to that fucking person, really.
Okay, but subjective is kind of like subconscious. It's in the unknown. So for me, I'm just going to share my view on this good and evil, spiritual material. You can't, for me, I can't see words. I can't see air. So it's subjective at that point. I'm using a word to describe the undescribable. So when people say the word subjective, I'm like, okay, so what is the objective? The material. I'm using another word to describe the undescribable.
There is a way to see words, right? I'm not even talking about reading a book or looking at subtitles or something. But it's like one of these concentration techniques that I use, memory retention technique, like for audiobooks and shit. What I do is I picture the subtitles as I'm hearing the words, and it's like automatic. You can get really good at it, where like every word could have like a different color to every letter and like a different
Could
font
be.
even. And you can get vast with it, and it's like you're mentally seeing these words. You know what I mean? Like, it's like on the
Or you can
screen of
hold on.
reality.
I'm gonna challenge that for a second. Okay, we have a concept called the written works, and we have things called symbols. What people call words, that's not words. You've never seen words before. You've seen symbols. You've seen the written work. A concept called pen to
Or you can
paper.
call them a sigil too, because
Sigil.
a
That's right.
sigil is like it's word. It could be words and symbols combined together in order and charged with a certain intent in order to create the sigil.
I'll give you an example. Some people
Look.
say they have a moment of seeing the light. I said, have you ever seen thoughts before? Well, no, not really. I said, but you saw the light. Same idea. Now, what
Yeah,
people,
I know what you mean. I'm saying, but there is techniques where you can merge both of those realms
some
together.
people, and you might have that ability, Cage, but not most people don't have that. It's like some people have the ability of visualizing things before they speak. Most people don't. Everybody has a different set of gifts, curses, whatever you want to call it. We don't all come in with the same blood type. We don't come in all in the same colors of skin. There might be groups of people looking very similar to each other, but when you start really challenging each person or each moment, you realize, well, we are different in a lot of ways, even among our own. And even
We
that,
are. But these are techniques that can, sorry for the interruption, but these are techniques that anybody can learn and can be trained.
some, not all people, Cage. Again, it's
The
that's too big.
majority of people, if the person has has a strong will, and they have like some sort of like stick to itiveness kind of thing. Yeah, you can fucking learn. You can start something basic just by like picturing like an object in your hand, right? You can like grab an object, put the object in the palm of your hand, make a mental image of that from all different angles, and then just hold that. You can do it with your eyes open or your eyes closed, whatever. You could do it with it in your hand at the beginning. And just hold that
Okay,
image mentally for as long as possible. Try to see
okay,
how the
Cage.
light
I'm
reflects
going to
off
bring it
of
down
it.
to the physical on that. People will see certain athletes run a certain way in a 100-meter. It doesn't matter how much one trains if they weren't set with certain predisposed gifts that they come in with.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're
Like, yeah,
not.
you'll never be better. You'll never. Yeah, there's certain people that are predispositioned to have incredible talent at specific crafts or specific
Mhm.
things, right? But yeah, anyone can still get decent enough to fucking participate at least, you know.
And it's a blessing when other people respect each other's gifts, but it becomes a curse when other people are too busy being jealous or envious of other people because they're ignoring their own particular gifts. That's the issue that most people have. They don't know their own place. What they do is because we have these technology, radio, TV, and they're too busy bitching, complaining about it. No, it's how you perceive that information. You're perceiving information. How does it serve to know that there's somebody in another part of the world that's rich, let alone poor? It doesn't, but it does entertain you. So if it's going to entertain you, what are you entertaining yourself with? With an ideal. Does it really matter if another person's in a part of the world poor when you realize there's people among yourself that are poor? And are they physically poor, mentally poor, emotionally poor? You know, these are all different types of equations that somebody can ask. Now, I'm talking because maybe I'm aware of that kind of stuff. Other people are going to look at me like a deer in a headlight. I say, okay, but you're not a deer. And this is where people don't challenge themselves. Now, I'm talking to the few here, Gage. I'm not talking to the masses. That's of no concern to me because I'm aware the masses have their own roles. I'm not going to try to pretend to be a fucking trillionaire. I'm not going to spend an enormous amount of energy and realize that's not my calling. Would it benefit me to have some of those comforts? Yes. But that would be me dreaming at that point. It's like most people look at rich people and they assume what they would do with their money, but they never think about the day-to-day grind of fucking what
Because that's something that you didn't want. I'm sure if you wanted to, did you ever want to achieve something like that? Probably not. So you never attempted it. So
No, I just
first of
know
all,
intuitively, Gage.
you could have made a giant electrical business and fucking been running.
No. Cage, that's noise to me, Cage. I'm telling you me.
Yeah, I'm just saying
And
you
if
could
I'm
have if you
honest,
wanted to.
if
My point is
I'm
this.
Cage, if I'm honest with myself, and a million people say otherwise, it said the fact that I'm honest with myself and I'm the one person, it proves you can't give 100% over top of it. So it's saying that everybody can do it when somebody telling you with all sincerity, Cage, no. It's too big of a fucking leap to think that everybody can learn everything, let alone certain skills. The few, and it could be millions. I'm not denouncing the fact that it could be millions, but not everybody can learn what other people just know how to do. It could
How
enhance
do?
the. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying, well, that's because you're completely correct because that's what you're saying and that's what you've known, you know. So that's. But let's say it was different. We're in a different fucking reality, and you're saying, yes, I could do that, and it's happening, and it's happened already. You know, yeah, you probably
Hmm.
could have done that if you wanted to,
Okay,
but you didn't want to. That's not what you want to do. So that's it.
but if I'm in tune with my being, the doing's after. I'm not going to will myself to do something that I already know that, Dom, you've done a journey that I could have told you at the very beginning before your first fucking step. You're wasting a lot of precious energy. You have a different calling. And most people forgot that. That's what the whole thing about going to school to be indoctrinated. You become something that's not you.
I think that's the point of life, is figuring out what your calling is and living it.
Hopefully, and that's where the breakdown of the community and family steps in now. Certain teachings were, you got to find out what your kids' gifts are, and it might take 13 years for some people to realize that. And then you can teach them because, you're the offspring from the mother and the father. What gifts are we bringing from our ancestors? And then you can bring it to the community, and then maybe the wise ones can say, yeah, your kids is good with science, good with numbers, good with music. But we don't do that anymore. Everybody's become, well, not everybody, a lot of people have become civilized. We've become so domestic. We forgot the wild part of us. Now, maybe not everybody was designed to do that. Maybe there was certain genetics, and some people are just earthbound. That's all they are. Yeah, that's the way, that the type of person, the way you look, your blood type, that's what you are. But even among them, they're going to be different. Trying to make everybody the same is, first of all, it's fucking boring to no end, sad, and it's boring. And it probably doesn't serve. And that's why some people get depressed. And other people take advantage of those other people. Yeah, okay, so you're more wiser than somebody else. Okay, but what, are you playing with the big boys or are you playing with the kids right now? And most people, they're playing with fucking kids. They're not playing with the big boys and realize, I could elevate myself here. Yes, leave that fucking competition shit at the door, please.
As I've seen, that's why. I usually surround myself with much older people, and I talk to, because they've had more life experience. Most of the time, people don't have that understanding until like around 40 years old. They start looking in more.
Maybe. And then there's some children cage or young adults at 15 or 20 years old that nobody was just around them to harness that and say, you're more wiser than that guy that's 90 years old will ever fucking be. So it really has nothing to do with age, unless you just figure, okay, well, I'm wise because I'm older. I said, okay, so you're going to tell me you're wise because you're diabetic and you had a heart attack? Get the fuck out of here with that fucking noise. That's what fucking age of wisdom does for you. And even that, it's the vessel that's probably been screaming at that person the whole fucking time. Stop eating at McDonald's. Stop eating all that fucking sugar. But we, like a lot of us, including me, we ignore those signs. But then we bitch and complain when we're not healthy.
Yeah, the diabetes thing is weird you brought that up, because A1, remember A1's diabetic now? But he's still going. He's still fucking, he's like a savage when it comes to like this shit. He's winning all this shit, doing all like whatever. He's doing his thing. He's gonna run across fucking Canada. Yeah, the diabetes never stopped him, and he was super healthy always. Like he never did any of that. He was never eating the McDonald's or there's processed foods or any of that shit. The man still got it because it's hereditary. His father has that shit, so I think it's passed also genetically down. So
Yeah, well, knowing that somebody has an heredity, don't you think that maybe people pass heredity of wisdom?
that's possible, of
Sure,
course.
it is. Everything's possible. And
It's genetic memory.
could be. You know what I mean? Now, whether or not
For,
it's an
for
individual.
example, Dominic, there's through the instinct. You said looking, you said before, like through the body, like literally, like your gut and all that. Well, it's funny because they've done a test, like you can put a fucking, what's it called? Like monkeys or like different primates that are bred within, they've never seen outside before. They've never seen any fucking predator except a human being that's capturing them. But and you can flash them. They could be bred for generations in there. It's still passed down somehow. You can flash them a picture of a fucking tiger or a lion, and they'll freak out. So the instinct is still in there, and that's like genetic memory, and it passes through the DNA and shit. So it inherently knows, even though it's not a learned experience. So it wasn't like taught to it by its fucking other animals around it, and it's like all packed, where they're gonna see these predators in their natural state and then have a reaction to it, and that's how it learns. No, it learns. It already knows that within itself.
Well, there could be built-in programs, and then once you have like
It's
a
a
picture,
built-in program. Yeah.
association could be something we could say it's a taught behavior at that point. You associate to something. So if they see a picture and it looks like whatever, and they might, I'm guessing when I say this, where they might not know the size difference, and then they have something that overcomes them. There could be something that associates to everything beyond just the physical, and the animals are a little bit different than the human race, but whatever's residing within it could be very similar, but yet the form that we're in could be very limited. No different. A person that's bigger could do something more than somebody that's smaller. But there could be something inside of us, the essence, the spirit, whatever we want to call it, that doesn't have any kind of restrictions outside of the vessel. Or it could just be another program within another program, and we're not even here. It's like playing a video game, and all of a sudden, you can actually zoom down into the video game, but you know that you're somewhere else, just sending, receiving information to that point. And then at that point, it would be like, okay, who created the computer? Who created the video game? Who are the programmers? This is kind of like the Truman story. Are we all Trumans? And forgetting that the masses are there, they're like the NPCs, and then we have the programmers. And then once you
I got a couple cheat codes, bro.
Say it again, Cage. Say that.
I know a couple cheat codes and stuff. Unlimited everything cheat code.
Okay.
But then it ruins the game, though. It kind of ruins the game. I don't recommend it.
I think it only ruins the game if you are either trying to inform other people or you're trying to take advantage of them. At that point, you're trying to educate a baby or try to take advantage of a baby. For me, I just share out loud because I'm hoping to meet guys like you. Outside of that, the rest of the people that are like, they want to say, well, Dom, I don't understand that, or I want to question that. And I'm like, I'm not here to do your homework. That might be very selfish on my part, but I realize I've been selfish in certain parts of my life. So why would I remove that completely? It did serve in certain areas, but I do consider other people when they've considered themselves. When they don't give a shit about other people and they're just being selfish, they're just being reactive, that doesn't serve me to be around them. And once I figure that out in a short period of time, I'm not interested.
Well, I'll do whatever I can in my power to help those around.
Well,
if they want to help themselves and shit, yeah, it's fine.
Hopefully, you'll be able to aid them to reveal themselves. For some people, the rest of them, they'll say, "Cage, I already know that about myself, but thank you." Because I get it, you're a rescue dog and you're trying to help other people that put themselves in harm's way, but most of them are already dead, Cage. So we'll have to give you the ones that are they're technically alive, but they'll pretend to be dead for you. Walking Dead, Cage, consciously ignorant. As soon as they wake up in the morning, they start using their senses and they don't even question them.
What about during sleep? I have the craziest fucking dreams where I could re-enter into them. Like I'll wake up for a second and I go back into it.
Yeah, a lot of work that you've done, Cage. That's something for you to grasp, I guess.
Yeah, I have certain places I bring people. I bring them in the dream. It's kind of like my building. It's like a mixture of all the places I've ever lived in this realm, and but it's different. There's like extra shit in it. Like, there's this elevator that you go into. You go up and you go to a random floor, and like there's certain places you could return to. It's like, yeah, I just bring people into it and show them around.
Like a tour guide.
Yeah. And I'm always finding some new shit after in there too. It's like this wasn't here before. It's like it's building on.
Well, I go with the premise that something's always there observing us. So there's a good chance when we go in a dream world or whatever, there's a good chance something's being replayed from that observer. And then it's trying to share things with the one that's being observed, that during the day, they just didn't see those things. It's kind of like somebody when they say, okay, Dom, I got mugged. It was too dark. But then when somebody asks you for a description, something comes upon them and they can describe it to no end. It's like, oh, well, then who is that person? Not to say everybody has that ability, no different than people. Not everybody has the ability to when they have organ transplant to read the memory from the blood from the donor. You know, it's when those things do occur, we should take note of that kind of stuff. But most people are waiting till the masses are caught up. No, fuck the masses. This is about the few that understand auras, the few that understand the shit like a guy like Axis understands. That's when we should take note of that stuff. The rest of it, and when I say notes, we're talking about chakras at that point, where most people is like, no, I'm waiting. I said, okay, so you wait till everything else is created, and then you guys can do that. No, you know, be on the team that actually wants to learn a lot of things, not on the team that just wants to be waited to be programmed, and then it becomes coin operated. We'll give you Wi-Fi only when we coin operate it for the masses.
You put the nickel in the jukebox, you got to do the dance, right?
There you go. We'll make the music, and we'll create the records, and we'll create the jukebox. We'll even create the money. What do humans are going to do? We're just going to dance and sing. Okay, so you're going to be entertaining for us. For how long? Well, if you take good care of that body, 70, 80 years at the most. And they get popped out of there.
My grandfather is like 90. He looks like he's about 60 years old. And he's still like,
good for him.
He's still fucking, he's fine. But I guess, I don't know, they grew up different back then too. You know?
A lot of memory was stored in probably the type of foods they had. They probably didn't have, even though they might have had stress, but they didn't have the pollution of maybe airplanes and all the roads and cars that we have. Like there's a lot of things that have been pollution of noise have affected a lot of us. There's a lot of casual noise, like a dripping of a tap, that's affected a lot of us, and it stresses a lot of us. I can't say a lot of us, some of us anyway. You know, the littlest thing could irritate somebody, a honking of a horn or traffic or, and other people compounded by bitching and complaining about governments. I'm like, okay, so how does that serve you in your daily life? Usually it's something else really going on with them. They don't have enough money. They don't know how to communicate their thoughts, let alone their feelings. So they use something to project onto something else and say, oh, it's the government's fault. It's religion's fault. It's that guy in the corner that's peddling for some money, not realizing what's that person going to do when it gets cold. People don't have that compassion. And the ones that do, well done. The ones that don't, fuck off. Now, that might sound harsh, but for the people that don't give a shit, that's just more noise for them too, so fuck off. I'm saying that out so the ones that actually are compassionate would realize to stay away from those kind of characters. And when you do, you're not going to hear an entity like me have to say those words.
They try helping people, they don't want to take the fucking help. Like, even if they ask you for it. Like the other day, for example, I was going to the grocery store. The guy in front of me, he's like, I usually help people if they ask me for food or whatever. Yeah, 100% I'll help them with food. But yeah, the guy's like, oh, do you have some money or whatever? I'm like, no, I don't have any cash on me. So I went and got my shit. But then before that, he's like, oh, do you have a link to a job? I'm like, yeah, you can start working tomorrow. I'm like, all right, if you can, get like a pen and write down the number for him. So I wrote down the number, my number even, because I was going to link him directly to him after. Because if he gets, like, I figured if this guy gets a random call, he might not respond to it after. So whatever. Yeah, never got a call back. And yeah, I gave him some money after too, and a link to a job. And no, he didn't want it, even though he asked for it. So what the fuck's wrong with this guy?
Well, you did your part, Gage. How he responds, that's on him. You did your part. Don't brush off your feet kind of ideal and say, okay, I did my part. He did his part, but some people don't always, it's never enough. Like, okay, you've helped me. Can you do more for me? Okay, you want me also to do the job for you? No. Okay, so leave it at that. Sometimes you do your part, Gage, and then let it be. Now, if you're walking away and he's still chasing you or following you, I said, listen, I didn't come here to get a puppy. you know.
Nah, he was good. Like he seemed pretty like level headed and shit. Like he could work and shit. He was like older, whatever. Like he was probably around 40 or something.
Probably down on his
Yeah,
luck.
I figured he'd hop on that. I'm like, he's like, he said I'll even work for like fucking $10 an hour. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I'm like, you're gonna get like $25 an hour cash. Just starting off with this, like you can start working tomorrow. Give the guy a call. No fucking response back. Well,
Okay,
all
well,
right.
that's on him. That's on him, Cage. You did
Like
your
what? You'd
part,
rather just take my fucking $5 instead of giving you a job to fucking work?
Cage. It's a simple transaction. You're making it more complicated than it need be. You're trying to,
No, but
you
I'm
know.
saying like yeah, even when people ask for help, they don't want to take it after even the opportunity is presented
No,
to
but
them.
again,
Like,
the
fucking guy,
transaction was done. If you're helping people to do their homework, that's not yours. If he wants to make that phone call, that's up to him. If not, then you're trying to control both sides of the board. Play your part. Stay in your lane. You want to step out a little bit and help another human being? That's fine. It's still their responsibility.
it's their responsibility. It doesn't matter. Like I don't really give a fuck, but yeah, buddy should
No,
have
but you
smartened up.
do. But you do. You did. You showed you cared. Maybe you're
Well,
saying
no,
that out
it's
loud.
not that it's not that I care. It's just I have a certain code that I live by. So it's
Okay.
like yeah, I have like a code. So the code requires me to do things like that, regardless.
Okay.
That's it.
And do you think he has a code maybe too?
But yeah, well, probably a fucked up one. Well,
No, no.
mine has
Hold
like a
on.
morality.
You don't know. You don't know. You're putting a lot of caveats on your
Maybe that was a test, and maybe maybe something else happened. I don't know. We'll
maybe.
see.
But again, he might have his own code. His code is he really wanted the money. You gave him a different option. Let it be. Outside of that, you're trying to dictate the outcome for somebody else.
No, he brought up the option though.
Okay. And did
'Cause
you? And you responded.
I said I didn't have any money, but he's like, oh, but do you have any link to a job or something? I'm like, yeah, you can start working tomorrow. I'm like, can you? He's like, I went on my wave to write down the fucking number
Okay.
on the
Then
receipt.
it's done. Then it's done. Was there anything else added to it? Did you expect something from him?
No, I at least expected if you're gonna ask me something, at least fucking follow up and deal with it.
Okay, so there you
Like,
go.
fuck, work and try it for a day.
But Cage,
Fuck
stop a
off.
second. You did expect something. You thought you gave something unconditionally, but you made it conditional by expecting something.
Bingo.
So how are you helping him then?
Yeah, that's on point. Yeah,
You'd be enabling him at that point, and right now you're enabling yourself. If you want to help another human being, that's fine. What they do with that information, that's on them. You step over on their lane, you violated them then at that point. Even though he might have violated you, but if you're the one that's the aware one, the onus is on you, not him. You want to give him money, that's fine. You don't want to give him money, you want to give him a contact number, no problem. You expecting him to make a phone call the next day, you're talking about you now at that point. You're not talking about him. Would you even be in that situation? Would you even be asking for money? Would you be even asking somebody else because you're down on your luck? Probably not. So then at that point, you have to step outside of yourself and realize, I don't know what this other person is going through. We don't know his story. And even if you did, would you even be giving him that kind of information? If you knew knowingly that he's not going to actually even follow up, would you even give him that information?
No, the opportunity. I give him the opportunity.
No, he has the opportunity. I'm pretty sure you're not the only person that he talked to. You're probably a dime a dozen for him.
No, it's probably a nice little scam. Because
Could be.
I think if you say you're asking for fucking a job, right? People are more likely they're gonna say automatically. Most people just lie and say, no, I don't have anything, and just keep walking. But then if you say, do you have a link for a job? And can you possibly write it down for me? Like they're gonna be more. They're like, oh, this guy, it paints him in a better light in people's mind. They're like, okay, he's probably trying to, change his life and do something. Maybe I'll give him like a little something.
He could even have been a walk.
And like a business card or something. Don't
Cage.
call somebody who needs
Cage.
managed labor
He could
that he
even
doesn't
have,
want to do.
Cage. He could have even been a walk-in just to test your little ass. He could have said, Cage, I'm not homeless. I'm a walk-in spirit, and I'm just playing for you just to see whether or not you're going to get caught up in the same ritual shit that you go through, thinking because you think you're helping me. I don't need your fucking help. That's an illusion that you think you
Why,
can help another
why
human being.
take that shit then?
Cage, why did you give it? The onus is always on you. Why you do what you do. Forget about others. You want to help other people? Be you. Be honest with you. You want to share with other people? That's a different story. But if you're expecting other people to give you a fucking knee, fuck you in the boat you came off, no different. You
No,
put
you're right, because now I'm making it conditional. You're
Sure
correct.
you are. Of course you're
I
making a
didn't at the
condition.
time. I didn't really think about it, but now what you guys are saying just made me think about it. Now I'm like, all right. I
And there's
didn't really
nothing
think
wrong with
about
the
it until
cage.
now.
Cage.
Now I'm making it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Cage, there's nothing wrong, let alone right with it, as long as the person's honest with himself. Yeah, Dom, I'm conditional. Okay, good enough. I want to know where you stand. Why? Friend or foe? Why? Because to me, a friend could be a person that's conditional at that moment. And other times, it could be the opposite. I'm allowed to change my view whenever the fuck I want. Unfortunately,
Like, I didn't think like, I didn't want the guy like I didn't think he'd be forced to do it, and it was in a different area and shit. You'd probably have to travel for it, whatever.
again,
So
at that point,
I didn't like expect him to automatically deal with it, but at least like
Cage,
try making contact to see like
what did you have
inquire
for
about
Cage?
it, which
Cage,
never happened.
hold on a second, Cage. What before you met that guy? What did you have for breakfast?
I don't eat breakfast.
Okay, good enough. What did you have for lunch?
I don't eat lunch either.
Okay, what did you have for supper?
I don't remember that day.
Okay, so there you go. This is kind of like when a person talks about being molested. They get caught up in the moment and then they stretch the story bigger than it is. It could be valid, but
Let me go back to it.
how does it serve to know what another person did when a person can't even remember what the fuck they did the same day?
Well, it's like a mundane thing that doesn't normally happen,
Hmm.
right?
It does happen for some people.
No, I'm saying it's a mundane thing that. Sorry, I mean like eating something. Like if you eat once a day,
I know, but
you're not gonna. I usually eat the same shit. I could
what I'm
guess on it
Cage,
and
what
tell you
I'm
that
going
I'm
with it,
probably right. But
Cage, you're going on a little rant here because I'm trying to share something with you. This is where people forget when I'm just breaking it down to something very simple, like what did you eat? What thoughts were you having when you were chewing on those foods? I don't remember. So then why are you taking another moment in what we'll call it time and making a big deal? I could turn around and say, Cage, I'll make up a story. Was the guy holding a Timmy's cup, a coffee cup, and was he begging for food? Was he wearing running shoes? Was he wearing a coveralls? Wearing a night coat? What was he wearing? See, those are all just noise. How does it serve for a guy like me hearing another person talking about, well, I met a guy that was a homeless fucking guy? I'm just talking honestly. Where most people, if they're not honest with themselves, they don't give a shit what other people are doing unless it's affecting them directly. So when people talk about charity, I did charity. Okay. Who did you do charity for? You didn't hit a bird today? You fed a bunch of homeless people? You robbed a bunch of rich people? Well, what did you do today? What was so fucking significant that you need to share that when it really other people could turn around and say, okay, do I get a say in the matter? Now that might sound very crusty of what I'm saying, but if people were honest with themselves, then you'd realize we would probably hear a lot of crickets on these kind of channels. Because if everybody actually had to be the muse and the entertainment for everybody else, it wouldn't be here. They come here to see other people's misfortunes, or they hear other people just, blow it out of their fucking ass. Well, I did some charity, I helped Santa Claus, parade and all that. Okay, what the fuck? How does that help kids in Africa? Well, Dom, I don't care about that. Then why the fuck would I care about what the fuck you have to say? Now, if you want to help people, Cage, do like the traditional way. Open up a church.
fuck off, bro. You fucking guy.
Was that too soon? Was that too soon?
All right, what's your favorite flavor of Kool-Aid, Dominic? We got some,
Pink.
but it's off-brand Kool-Aid,
Pink
not even the real
Kool-Aid.
shit.
Has to be the real.
It's like the no
real
name. It's a no name brand.
Actually, my mom gave me the other day some Kool-Aid. Actually, no, it was the pink stuff. It's all sugar filled.
What color? What color do you like the most, man?
I'm gonna say pink, just because it is pink.
All right, we're gonna go with the pink lemonade flavor, or is that watermelon? I don't know.
No,
We'll figure that out later.
It's not watermelon. It's all pretend.
What artificial flavor does it have there? Is it pink lemonade or watermelon or something?
I think it's pink. I forget, Gage. Sorry, I'm playing along with this, by the way.
So there you go. We got that one. Then there we go. You know, then we're all good. Then we've learned something after.
Axis, I hope we've been entertaining you a little bit at least.
Actually, yeah, I'm on trial.
How so? Sorry, how so?
Just listening. As far as the last statement is, unless it's something that you're going to take on as a crusade, give your gift and go on, expect nothing, because that's what you're going to get until you take it on as an endeavor. And when you take it on as an endeavor, don't ever expect it to live up to your expectations.
So true.
And when you're living in the profound, beyond generalized understanding, don't expect people to understand. So you guys have definitely kept me on trial here. I'm digging. I'm with you.
Well, thanks for that.
So if I can't apply it to myself, then I'm kind of a ear masturbatory voyeur.
Yeah, I think a lot of things that we do, and it either sounds or feels good. So it's always about oneself. I've helped people. Okay. When does it end? You're going to help everybody. Am I going to pull over the side of the road and help some elderly lady across the street because, hey, I think all elderly people are weak and fragile. So therefore, I've done a good deed. What happens if the elderly kicks me in the ass? I said, well, I guess I'm not going to do that again. Or am I not going to do it again? And yes, people, I think Cage said a valid point. I think even you've kind of experienced it where people will say, I do want to help. I do want to learn this stuff. I said, are you sure? Are you willing to commit to it? And then you have to ask somebody, okay, what do you truly commit to? If they're honest with themselves, yeah, I spend a lot of time fucking going to work, earning money. I said, okay, would you give that up? Why would I do that? Oh, how interesting. You bring out a why. Well, then how would you commit to this other thing when you're not even being honest about the other thing that you've committed to? Then they start putting all those paradigms or other stories around it. Well, I need money. I said, are you eating it now? Well, no. So you don't need money. Some of your needs could be fulfilled by that piece of paper because everybody else has to be conditioned from it, to be conditioned to use it. That's why some people that are, we'll call them gurus. I'm not saying they're all clever, but some of them might turn around and say, okay, what do you value the most? Well, I value the information that you're giving me. I said, okay, but what do you really value the most? I'll ask for it. Give me all your money. Why would I do that? I said, I found out in a short period of time what you value the most. But yeah, you want what you think I have to offer you is valuable. Now that's an extreme case, access. It could just be meeting, you barter. Okay, so what do you appreciate and all that? Well, I appreciate what money can do for me. I said, well, the information that I have to offer you, does that bring you value? Yes. Well, then let's barter. Give me some of what you have, because I'm pretty sure I could take that same money and have some of the comforts that you get from it. Oh, no, you have to do that for yourself. So now we're back at the same dilemma. Then all the information that I have, well, why don't you do that for yourself too? Then we could be both sovereign beings. We're not going to interact with each other and barter anymore. But hey, let's not worry about the masses because they're going to still continue doing what they're doing. And then eventually we'll get lonely and then we're going to participate with the masses. Got to buy a car, got to have a heated house, got to make sure I pay rent or a mortgage, got to make sure I have my 5.4 fucking trips in my lifetime. I don't know if it's 5.4, but it's something. I guess every time I go to the bathroom, I can call that a trip too.
Fucking Dominic. Right.
That means I would have thousands of trips.
All right, and you know what the fucking perfect way to not live in that is? Yes, you have to fucking use the money. We all do use it. Okay, we can't deny that. Unless you could be fully self-sustainable. Even then, you need money to get to that point.
Well, I've heard people say statements, money is what makes the world go around. I'm thinking that's such a fucking narrow fucking view. I don't see the animal kingdom, the insect kingdom, and plant kingdom bartering at the corner for fucking pieces of paper.
If I could,
Go ahead.
But they do it for food. It's some sort of sauce. That's how they. Sorry,
information to the poor should be given freely because they can't truly afford to pay for it. And whenever you do give that information that does have profound value, they'll stop learning as soon as it starts costing them, or they have to give something of themselves up to continue moving forward.
Well, yeah, by giving something up, that could even just be it's called the program that's running in your mind. It's that program that you get comfortable with, and yeah, when you learn more and get deeper understandings, you're gonna have to accept being malleable. You can't have these fucking programs locked. The programs have to be flexible. They have to be rewritten every fucking second, multiple times, like fucking thousands of times per second. It's fucking changing. Can't be locked into one. Now you're flowing in the frequency of the water, the movement of water in a way.
It's all fun and games until you have to pay the bill.
Well, you gotta do the dance after. You make your bed. You gotta lay in it. All different
I'm
ways.
not talking. I'm not. I'm. Yeah, it's a retroflective look. I understand that. It's my observation to a situation that I've placed myself on trial about, so that as long as you don't ask for anything and you keep giving, they'll keep taking. It's the moment that they think that it may actually cost them something, no matter how much damage has been done to themselves with it, such as a cigarette or some types of drugs. It's the cost. And then they get mad. Then they get fucking pissed off and mad because they recognize within themselves that they can't pay the price that's needed for that type of information, and it's usually self-sacrifice, and then they become angry at you, and they want to stomp you out because they can't afford to pay the price of the service.
Yeah, and what I was saying, I think the price is really these thought forms that are created, these programs in the mind. So if you're not willing to be, malleable, it has to be malleable but immalleable at the same time. Meaning you can be bent, it can be shaped to a form. It can go to that 360 degrees, 720, 1080. It all equals 9 either way if you reduce it to one number.
Or
So
it
yeah,
could
if you're
be a
not
place
playing.
without measurement.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, if you're not willing to, I guess the payment would be your attention. If you're not willing to pay attention, then you're gonna get fucked over. 'Cause it should. If you pay attention, it's all right there in front of you.
Sometimes the cost is giving things up,
The cost is paying attention.
like vanity. You may have to give up vanity. You may have to give up pride. You may have to give up ego. You may have to give up your greed.
Well, that's the cost is paying attention. You know the old saying, "Ignorance is bliss." That's where it comes from. You're in a blissful state of ignorance, of ignoring what is there in front of you. The cost, the real payment, is paying attention. Now you know what the fuck is going on. And now you're held accountable.
I think a lot of things in itself is not the problem for a lot of people. It's their attachments to them. So it's not necessarily vanity in that case. It's their attachments to it. So if a person's aware of their attachments or others are aware of their attachments, why would they give them something that clearly they're just going to either be attached to it? And we a lot of us have formed attachments, whether in thoughts, when it comes in forms of emotions or mental. Dare not challenge those things and realize how much you're attached to those things. And then to justify those attachments, you have to resist other things. That's the perpetual defense and attack. You defend one and you attack something else. So your attachment is one thing you're defending, and then what you're usually attacking is what you resist. And that's usually, in this case, being more flexible to some of your things that you're presented to, having that kind of beginner's mind kind of ideal. Can you entertain things, or are you too busy with a mindset, or you're set in your ways? It could serve a purpose, to be disciplined in something. You would have to, put a lot of onus on that. But once you become disciplined, can you move away from it? Can you be disattached from the outcome? For a lot of folks, they might say, yeah, I don't really care about winning all the time. I said, but do you care about losing? Well, no. I said, oh, okay, so you've never truly experienced that then. Well, I try to do everything in my power to avoid it. So then you're attached to winning then. Oh, now that's a loop. Or it could be. But are you willing to entertain that loop? And it is challenging because a lot of folks, they bring in a lot of baggage into a lot of conversations. You hear it, their likes or dislikes. I agree, I disagree. Okay, so you're trying to buy pleasantries. I agree. Okay, what are you agreeing upon? I try not to break this down because I realize that it's a public platform. A private, if I honestly got the sense that person really wants to understand things, okay, then what are you agreeing upon? And don't give me just a quick, well, I'm disagreeing. I said, no, but what are you agreeing upon? Is it the sound? Are you trying to be offended? Go ahead.
I was going to say the agreeing and disagreeing is all subjective experience of the ego, technically. So there's no agreeing or disagreeing when it comes to certain facts. Okay, there's certain things that are running this program. There's certain programs that are running. There's an algorithm to this that responds to your thought, your subconscious, superconscious, conscious mind, whatever you want to call it. There's three of them apparently. And so some people want to put it. And yeah, that has a direct correlation to how this reality is operating.
Okay, I'll give you another example, Cage. Okay, just for the ones that want to hear this. Right and wrong. What is really right, and does it serve at every given moment? Let alone what is wrong. I rather use a concept for me personally, right or left. Those are directions. Right and wrong is basically okay. Therefore, that's right because somebody else told me. Because that's how usually it comes to be. Therefore, that must be wrong. Because anything that goes across the grain of what I perceived as right must be therefore wrong. That's too narrow. That's a person that's perpetuating with himself, saying the glass is half full, half empty. They're better off just saying, well, the glass.
Yeah, but Dominic, I was going to say at the end of that, the like and the disagreeing or the agreeing is irrelevant. Because there are certain things, underlying things that go beyond your opinion or beyond anybody's opinion, that's an opinion. There's certain things that it does not take your belief, faith, or anything of that nature into it. There's underlying program. The
What's
rules
usually
of the
okay.
natural law, whatever you want to call it. So I'm saying beyond that, it's irrelevant because likes or dislikes. This is why it's hilarious. Because that brings in your opinion to something that doesn't need your opinion at all.
That's usually
Or
somebody's.
anybody's, mine or yours or anybody's.
It's usually somebody's feelings, which is fine as long as it's somewhat developed, or at least a person's trying to develop them. But if they're leading precariously through their feelings and we're having an idealistic conversation or some sort of intellectual conversation, those feelings are going to get in the way. Why? Because for most people, they've already cast their stone. They've already decided these are the things I agree upon. So we're having a conversation now with somebody that has a subdirectory and they have categories. So how do we play around with that? That's like me talking about somebody about a word and they get offended by it. I said, I didn't realize you were attached to words. I thought those were words for everybody to play around with. And that's difficult because for them to have that discernment that I'm not those words that I use, that's great. But if they turn around and say, but I am those words, you might as well tell a cat then you're a dog. And that dog could turn around and say, you know something? You humans call us a dog. We don't acknowledge that.
What about the cat dog? You ever seen that one?
It could be a bit of both if you want to play that game. Because at that point, it's like when we talk about how we treat animals, it has to be humane. We never hear us talking about the way animals should be treated. It's how we should treat them. Really. So we make it always about us then. And this is why when people say the word I agree, they're making it about them. So they're not really hearing, in this case, me. Because if they were, I don't need you to fucking weigh in on how
All right,
you.
but don't you think this is done by design though? Because
It
we
could
you
be.
established that the human this is all done by design. Look at the human range. I with capital letter I or I-E-Y. Sorry,
That
I-W-Y.
may be true, Cage, but once again, I'm not talking to the
Y.
masses here.
Fucking I-Y-E.
Again, Cage, I'm not talking to the masses. This is us talking to the few. So you want to teach the one sheepdog and the one sheep, and then they're going to keep conditioning their own offspring. That's fine. But when you choose to break away from that, you have to realize that's your own journey. This is not about family anymore. Try to have these conversation with your family, and then start kicking into a different fucking gear. You'll lose most of them because most
I
of them
don't
will.
know why I couldn't say E-Y-E.
Y-E?
E-Y-E. I, right?
Mhm.
I don't know why that was so difficult to say. That's like a tongue twister.
It could be. Mhm. But again, we reveal ourselves to people. It'd be different if somebody said at the beginning, okay, guys, we're going to have a conversation. Anybody here have an issue with guided meditation? My fucking hands up. Anybody have an issue with people saying I agree or disagree? My hands up. Why? I said, I just don't value that. That's why my hand's up there. So if anybody turns around and said, Dominic, hear me out, Cage, for a second. Anybody else turns around and said, Dominic, but I agree or disagree, at least we know where they stand. So don't put that shit on me because I've just told you I don't value that shit. I say the word shit, it could just be, I could turn around and say, I just don't value that stuff. Do I play with it sometimes? Yes. I value discernment. I don't value as much knowledge and belief system. Do I still participate in it? Yes.
This shit's fertilizer, remember, Dominic?
It can be. It can be.
We need this shit. We got bat shit in there. We got all types of shit. We got sea water going, bird shit, everything.
Why I have to keep it alive for the folks that bastardize the word belief systems to bullshit. I guess I know most people are talking belief systems. They've been told a story, which, hey, those stories could be true or not, but you should at least be able to question those things, not others. Question those things. And those things are in thoughts. You don't even have to be in the presence of anybody else if you're questioning things. Have that thought for yourself. Now, a lot of people don't like doing that. Again, this goes back to the masses. They don't feel confident enough to talk to themselves. They actually think they are the program. Well, okay. It's like people trying to be clever with Siri. You guys realize you guys program me, right? And I know all the answers to your little simple fucking inquiries. Yeah, but Siri is just a program, and so is yourself. It's a
Yeah,
program.
Chat GPT exactly is based through a language model. You know? And I think reality is formed through our words. A lot of times through the words, because that's a vibration and an energy being produced.
Yeah,
And
how
it's also a
interesting.
script or a narrative or a stage being able to be emulated
We
through
use
the language. The
yeah.
language is like one of the number one ways to create a reality and
And
have
how
people conform to it. You know?
Gage, how interesting we use a word to describe another word, and we say the word reality. How interesting we use another word to describe another thing. It's the unknown, and we're using words to describe it. So, what's reality? I touch something hard. Is that reality? Is thoughts reality? Is
No, because now even their science is saying that's not reality anymore.
again that's the story. You tell people that's reality, and then somebody tells you this other dogma called science says it's otherwise. That's like saying somebody, okay, we're going to tell you it's illegal to smoke marijuana, and now it's legal. Do you see the child game being played there?
Yeah, first they're saying it's physical, now they're saying it's non-physical.
There you go.
It's subjective. Yeah, it always switches. Now it
There you go.
switches.
Back and forth, back and forth.
So
So it
it's a
repeats
mixture
itself.
of. There's obviously another option, and it's a mixture of both. That's how they convince people with half truths or half lies, really.
And the irony, Cage, it could be billions of fucking possibilities, but people get narrowed down to a few possibilities, and then everybody comes to it. We will build the deception, and they will come. And then they'll teach their offsprings, and clubs will teach it. People will break away and will call it a secret club. Those guys are middle management. I'll call them. We'll even call those club members, besides being security guards, janitors. They're the janitors for this realm. Look at me. I'm a Rosicrucian guy. I'm a Mason. I'm a Skull and Bones. I'm in the pet shop club. Now, so there's some information that could be useful, but for most people, it's not.
Hey, someone has to mop up and clean up that shit.
Somebody has to collect the rent. Maybe he's the
I'm
janitor
a
from. Go ahead, Access. Right.
I'm a failure at all the things I didn't succeed at.
That'd be a long list for a lot of people.
At least for me.
Mm. Or at least you're honest about it with yourself, Access. And where would we have room for all the accomplishments we succeeded at then? Our head wouldn't be big enough.
Or you're going to spend several years trying to unassociate yourself to the limited scope of what you are successful at.
Mm. And again, that would be more or less a perception of what some of us would perceive as what's successful. You know, I stumbled across two elements the other day there, and I created a new technology from it. So, was my success based on an accomplishment because I did it willingly, or did I do it by accident?
Generally a measurement,
That's a good term.
because I found that when you start playing with humans in the realm of the absence of measurement, they're not able to correspond. And if you set success by measurement, they can relate. And then anything that you did not level up to, you failed at.
Mm. Isn't that the whole concept? Well, some of the concept, how we measure people use the word, the idea of time with things like clocks and watches with numbers. Those are a form of measurements, pounds, measurements. If you have six figures, the measurement would be you must be successful. Oh no, now it's seven figures. Oh, can we add the two little zeros too? Sure, add the two little zeros. I have 3 degrees. Well, you must be successful. Why? Because I met a guy with 1.5. I can see what you're saying, Kate, like Axis, when you say about measurements. And then even outcomes, competition is based on measurements. Did you win? Did you lose? By how much? Did you get rewarded for it? How many Oscars did you win? Oh, I won one, but how many? Oh, I know one guy that won 4. Did he won 4? Like at a raffle ticket, or did he make 4? What did you do?
Yeah, but the measurement thing, Dominic,
Yes.
I see that as that shows you that there is some sort of an algorithm or boundaries to this realm.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the microcosm to the macrocosm, and the macro. So if you look outward, you'll see everything has some sort of a measurement to it. They call it the monad, the first point. You have to create a point, a dot, and from there, a circle around it. Using a compass, right? That would be the monad. And then you get 2 intersecting ones. You get the dyad, like dilation, or the one. You know, and then you get the third, the triad, where you get like the triangular structure from the 3 points of a monad.
So you said the word
So
outward.
yeah, so after the dilation, you get the 3, right? But the 3 is really back to the 1, and this even goes back to like just genetics kind of. You need a mother and a father to create Dominic,
That's a
Axis, and Cage. You know.
that's a part of the equation that makes up the constant.
Yeah, so there is. You can even see it in nature and everything. There is some sort of a constant. Yeah, I agree with this. Axis plus is a constant. So the constant is always there, regardless of opinion, regardless of anything else. The constant has to remain there in order for the program to continue.
Okay, so what is the constant? I know we play with words, but is the constant what we see from, like, because you said a word earlier,
You can
outward?
look into geometry and mathematics and geometry, and that'll show you the constant on a scale that you can scale up or down to anything, and it'll always show you the same thing, really.
Okay, but where I'm going with this, Cage, entertain me for a second here. If I'm looking at numbers, and then in the next moment I'm looking at symbols or sigils, and the next moment I'm looking at nature, what is the constant then? Because me looking at those external things is not the constant.
The constant is the underlying principles that govern that observation to be had.
Okay, so the observer.
No, the observer is seeing an effect in a way. The
Okay, but
observation is the cause, an effect of something of the constant is axis.
okay.
Axis could explain it to you a bit better.
No, I'm entertaining an idea. I already know where I'm going with this. This is clever what I'm doing right now, because I know when we're talking about, when we say constant, for most people they're going to be looking at the physical outside, but they're looking at it from inwards, and you're there the whole time. As I'm looking at things that
It's
people call,
everywhere. Yeah, you can look at any way you look at it, you'll see it.
okay, if I look at the clouds, and then I look at the earth, and then I look at numbers, what's the constant? Those things aren't constant because I'm looking at different things. What's the constant? I know it's persistent, but what's the constant?
Well, again, if you start trying to put it into words, it destroys it. Really, you
Okay,
know what it is.
okay, good enough. This is how people start doing critical deduction, what it isn't. Not to say there is what it
It's not
is.
the words. It's not the words. I'll tell
Okay,
you that.
those are just
You can
descriptions.
see it. You can see it in the words too.
Some people can. I'll give you that. Yeah, some people can. Not all people. Like I can't. I might even say thoughts aren't constant. because then I have to entertain the idea that other people have different thoughts, different languages. The illusion is when we're seeing with the senses. In this case, one of the primary one is visual. We'll see things, hence the eye of the beholder. But we're always capturing all kinds of images, and you could use sigils as some of them, and then you can put some interpretations behind them. We could put a language behind that. Okay, so this dot with this arrow on the side, this is what we're going to use at that. That's kind of like when we do smoke signals, or we do Morse codes, or American Sign Language, or we do Braille.
Yeah. Even the
Those.
language,
Mhm.
Dominic, alludes to look at the idea of an individual, right? In, divide, dual.
Mhm.
So there's like a dual, a duality, a divide within. Think about that. So maybe all these people that we're talking about here, it's all a projection of you. I'm a projection of your subconscious mind, or you're not exist outside of your mind.
Well, you have the
You and
subconscious and
Access,
okay,
both of you,
but you
and
have the
everybody listening.
subconscious and the conscious mind. There's what some people might entertain as the dual. You have something that's running the whole show, and you have one person, in this case, the conscious part of us. You get to be the child. When you wake up in the morning, you could play with your senses, but what's really running the household is what some people might call the subconscious, the knower, the higher self. But those are, again, that could be another program. This is where they talk about the ego, the I, the id, the vessel. Then they talk about the self, the program, the awakening state.
If I may,
Go ahead.
X is the sum and total of the all. The constant is the repetitive, self-sustaining part of X, being the all.
The all is a great way, the hermetist and different. That's a great way to put it as the all.
And it comes in cycles. And anything within X that can be changed in variable is a persistent. When you move those possibilities completely and you give up your limited scope of allowing things to be all possibility, that's where people start to get unhinged. Or so I've found.
Well, it sounds like you're describing some form of chaos magic, as they call it.
The constant also would be like the mind perpetuating safety protocol to keep one's boundaries relevant within a state of coherency. When you remove that and you allow infinite possibility of any state, and you're able to sustain that, then you start to peel the scabs off your eyes. And no, I don't think that information should be shared with everybody for the sake of just them having information, because it comes at a great cost. but you're not going to buy it with money.
Yeah, but wouldn't people being disillusioned and fucked in a different way, wouldn't that be a great loss too to them to not know and then have them, at least have the opportunity?
I thought
You
I
have to
could
look
make
at
that
both.
judgment call. I thought I could make that judgment call.
Level the playing
And when
field
it,
so you can really fucking deal with it then. That's it. See what happens. That's because people are spirited. They're like, oh, these people level the playing field. It'd be better for everybody. The golden age. We're having the golden age. Where are we at right now?
can I
We've
finish?
devolved back to the. Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
I thought I could make that judgment call. I know now that I'm in no position to make that judgment call to allow someone the knowledge
Who
of
allowed
all
it to
possibility.
you? What allowed it to you? It always comes from within yourself. You
Of
can
course
show
it does.
people
You're the one
anything. You
that
can
sets your
show.
own protocols with your
Yeah,
programmed package or with that which you program, such as being startled by a snake and being afraid of snakes for the rest of your life. But some things you're born with. Some safety protocols you are born with. But the knowledge of getting rid of that and how to get rid of that and the process to get rid of that to allow infinite possibility to broaden the mind beyond safety protocols is not my judgment call to be able to hand that to another person.
you don't have the authority to even do that to anyone. You can't just tell somebody anything. They have to learn for themselves. They have to have some sort of, that inner fire that fucking call and go investigate themselves and learn it themselves. Guaranteed, they're going to need you either way. What all you can do is you could be one of those. You could be a catalyst to that. It's like a traveler walking along their own path, and yeah, you can. They come into your sphere. You can, offer some sort of. Either you could be a fucking asshole and fuck with them, and make them go down the wrong path, or you can guide, or you do it. You don't even have to do shit. You just gotta keep doing what you do, and just, that will have an effect, regardless.
Well, I hold no personal claim to the absence of safety protocols, and I hold no claim of ownership to all possibility. But I can relay information. And not all that information is healthy for the majority.
I don't think the fucking majority goes onto your channel in the first place. Second of all, it's like
I'm still on trial, Cage.
Trump. Oh, man. Oh, you're gonna be your own fucking judge, jury, and executioner at the end of the day. Like we were saying before, yeah, the true understanding, you cannot really tell or show anybody anything at all. That's futile, bro. What you gotta do? You can plant a seed or guide, show something, but you can't make them learn. The only way people learn is through their own experience. It's through the self, really. The inner standing as a Dominic.
As a sidebar of humor, give me a cattle prod. I'll show you how to train a person and teach them.
Well, that's not training them or teaching them anything. That's just conditioning them through fucking fear and through physical pain and electric shock. Yeah, you can make you can break somebody like that. And make
That's
them
what keeps
comply.
you from breaking the law, Cage. Because somebody has that cattle prod hanging over you.
No, that
The
doesn't
police,
That's not what keeps you from breaking the court of law. I know what breaks. First of all, there's different laws. I'm not saying. I'm talking about laws. There's some obviously things that should not happen. Regardless, like no one can deny that. There's terrible shit that happens that should not happen at all. So, yeah, somebody has to fucking deal with that shit. First of all. And second of all, besides that, yeah, everyone can recognize that. Like even people in jail don't like, certain people that go on there because of people that do things to women and children and shit. No one fucking people in jail. You're fucked. You're gonna get killed in there most likely. No one fucking respects that shit, and that shouldn't even be there. Yeah, most of the laws are fucking bullshit though. Either way, just to make more people money. It's a monopoly. So. But besides, yeah, you don't fuck with people. You don't fucking do harm to people. Da da da. It's pretty simple. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Yeah, man-made laws. There's man-made laws, and there's like natural law or comedic or hermetic principles. Simple.
So thus, in freeing one from their limitations,
It's probably muted for a minute. My screen was.
freeing one from their limitations is just as detrimental as hurting somebody.
All right, so gotta go. Yeah, you have to break out your cocoon. That's it. Eventually, people in their fucking cocoon. They have to bring out their little fucking shell, their cocoon. Fuck off. And it's gonna hurt. You know what's gonna hurt? Being a fucking slave, fucking, not being harvested like a fucking plant at the end of it. Yeah. Better
They
now than
are.
never. But in the fucking Matrix, for example, I know it's just a fucking movie, but they had a bunch of shit in there. In the Matrix, the Oracle, everybody was a child except Neo. And they said, like, I forget who the fuck said it, but one of them said they're like, we never free somebody, or we never free somebody after a certain age. It's dangerous, and that they're saying the safety protocols are too installed or whatever. Destroy them. So they allude to what you're fucking saying too.
Did you ever think, Cage, that maybe trying to show these people your esoterics, that maybe you're indoctrinating them and limiting the scope?
I figure very few actually listen to it. I've played like hundreds of hours, probably like thousands of hours worth of fucking material. I guarantee a very, very small percentage actually barely tune in. And if they do, it's something of interest to them. If not, they click off right away. And people don't have a very long attention span, so I count on that. If it's something of interest to them, then they're already on that path, and hopefully it can benefit them. I look at it like that instead of indoctrinating. And I do make it clear. I put a thing I was saying to do your own discernment, do your own research, and don't fucking hold any of this shit like a doctrine.
I'm not holding you to task. I was just asking. I'm not holding anyone to task.
I don't have a call taxes. You're the call guy.
That is true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, for me, no, it's like I think the best path is always the individual path, you know. So if you can guide people towards, like I guess that's like the cult, trying to guide people towards. I don't know. Yeah.
Or to teach them not to be guided, to teach them to
Guide
relinquish.
themselves.
And you teach them to remove instead of teaching them something that doesn't even belong to you, it's just a relay of information, as opposed to allowing them the possibility to know everything infinitely. Hmm. When a person speaks, they give the measurement of themselves. I should have paid closer attention. I suppose fear is put there for a reason.
It's all about paying attention, right? Remember what we were talking about before?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out.
What are you trying to figure out?
Well, take it this way. You got snakes. You got someone who has no fear of snakes. They're walking through the woods, but they don't recognize the venomous snake from the non-venomous snake. They're not even taking into consideration the possibility of being bitten, and they go strolling off through the woods barefoot.
At that point, you don't. You're trying to fucking survive and shit. You probably know. They have a sense if there's someone around. But there's motherfuckers, the snake charmers and shit. You know, they play their fucking flute and shit and mesmerize them and stuff.
It was just a metaphor for something dangerous and benign.
Well, yeah, like your program has to have that written into it in order for these things to happen. You're saying all possibilities. So if you're saying all possibilities, that also has every possibility. Even ones that you would, when they happen, you don't really like them after.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so that's when you play with all possibilities, your program, that's what you're gonna have. You're gonna have all possibilities, be it ones that you are beneficial or ones that are terrible. You know what I mean?
That's true. And it seems like
And the
the
trap is a possibility. There's no fucking possibility. It's all a program either way. You can easily show it when you train your will and your mind. You know, you can easily show that.
the constant has a way of bringing balance to the equation of walking barefoot through the woods with venomous and non-venomous snakes in all possibility. Or at least it seems that it has a balance. It snaps back to its natural state, and it's indifferent.
Another thing, these snakes, yeah, a guy walking barefoot in there, they have people that are living in there. They're one with nature. They're not outside of nature like in the city where they're working with nature. The snake knows that's too big of a predator for it to attack, so it's not going to attack it unless you fuck with it, first of all. Because it knows,
It's just a metaphor, man.
you're gonna bite one of them, they're gonna chop their leg off after or something. And then they're gonna kill the fuck out of you and every other snake around you. So it's probably not a good fucking idea to do that.
Well, the snake is just a metaphor, Cage. It's not to be taken literal. It's just a metaphor for
Yeah, I'm saying
something
that's literally in
benign and
nature that would happen, and also metaphorically that would happen too. So it's kind of funny.
then you have to play with the ideal of collapsing the wave function and creating possibility. But you almost have to stay on top of that, ever mindful of it, lest the improbable happen beyond your scope of comprehension.
Yeah, the snakes are just trying to eat. They're not trying to go after a big human
You're
being.
stuck on them snakes, Cage. Did you have an issue with a snake at one time? Did you, Cage?
No, I never had an issue. The only time, one time I went camping and some kid came up to us and had a gardener snake and cut it in half with scissors. That's
Nah.
the only issue with the snake. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this crazy motherfucking kid? And I looked at he grabbed the snake and just cut it in half with scissors. So I don't know. Weird shit kids do. That kid's probably. Yeah, besides that, no, I never had any issue with the snake before. I like snakes and shit. It's just a fucking animal. I like all animals, like reptiles, animals, everything.
Yeah, I'm just using it as a metaphor because it's relevant as a metaphor to circumstances, projected circumstances, easily described through that metaphor.
Yeah, people eat them and shit in Asia. Probably tastes like chicken. Oh, I've ate a fucking alligator, popcorn alligator, at a fucking Italian restaurant. There's another one that we used to have it called Alice Fazoli's.
Snake is greasy and nasty.
We had the fucking popcorn. I think it was popcorn alligator. Yeah, it tastes like fucking chicken, bro. A unicorn tastes like chicken too, apparently. All types of shit.
I can tell you, snake is not very palatable, and it's greasy, and it's a shit way to have to regain your protein levels.
Yeah. No, you're eating pretty good though. You got those. You got one of those like they deliver it to you, right? the pre-made those meal plan order things. They're very popular now. They keep giving me these fucking stupid flyers saying, "Oh, 6 free meals" and all this bullshit, trying to get me on the. First of all, I don't use a fucking microwave. I don't even have one. Fuck off! I'm not microwaving your bullshit. You trying to send me this shit? It's like fucking jail. It comes in a goddamn jail like fucking pan. I'm gonna show you this fucking flyer, brother. They keep giving me. But it has these cards on this 6 free meals plus free shipping on your first order. People, you know when people get cool, I bet you go over there, yeah, you gotta spend. They're not giving you fuck all for free. I guarantee that. So, they're saying 8+ hours saved.
Cage, have you ever tried to unteach a person?
Deprogram.
You can call it that. Yeah. Unteach. Deprogram, if it's a program.
Yeah, I said the best way to do that is work with the existing program, and then you get to a certain point where it always leads back to what they call the truth, right? Whatever you want to call it truth. It always leads back to that or back to the constant. So if you go deep enough into the program that's already there, that's how you really deprogram because you hit the point where it starts going back the other way, or it's different degrees of the same thing. So yeah, I think that if you wanted to actually deprogram, I think that's the best process. It's like a clock. You get to the fucking 12 and you go back down, back to the 12. You keep going. And you pass the service, you go back to 12 after whichever way you go.
So you're kind of born with almost a intuitive instruction manual. Not actually a paper one or a book. Not like a doctor. But you are born with instructions. And there are ones that don't have to be taught.
And see, someone said these would be elemental forces like in alchemy, or even in astrology, different planetary forces, stuff like that, lunar and solar. Which it is just another way it's another way to describe the constant to the program, in a way.
Oh man. Have you ever tried to unteach someone, Dom?
Unteach. I guess me questioning certain people's belief systems or train of thought. I guess that in a way that would probably be trying to do that. I guess. I think that would be me doing it cleverly, of course. I think I've even tried to do it to myself, to unteach myself. Usually doesn't fare well unless you have good intentions and you're willing to endure. But more times than not, my purpose is resistance. I'm going to get it. I'm assuming, Axis, you're bringing this up because maybe you've tried to do it quite a few times, or you've tried it recently.
Um, yeah, I've managed. I can manage myself in that realm. It's what I've done to someone else.
Words I've used in the past, Axis, is terms like stepping on toes. You're getting too close to somebody where you're literally on their toes, and it's kind of almost like you're violating a space. I like the term that you use, like safety protocols.
Yeah, I almost feel guilty. Maybe I should.
Well, suppose that. Why would somebody feel guilty unless you were holding the other person's will at hostage? I don't think most people do. I think a lot of people do it naively, willing to learn something new or give somebody the impression that, oh, that seems interesting. It's like when some people say, I'm curious. You're curious about something like this. Are you truly seeking, or are you just curious?
You have to be very careful with that. You can't dabble. You can't dabble. If you really want to get into it, you have to. Yeah, it's gonna change everything for you. So,
Terms like consumer beware. Be careful what you consume. You shouldn't really have to blame the person that's offering that up. It's the responsibility of the person that's wanting to consume that information.
I think there's lots of people that have been in it inadvertently, and they see it right away. And for those people, yeah, you might as well go into it. It's always been having an effect on your life the entire time, guaranteed. It is to everybody. So at the same time, I'm saying like all it takes is I guarantee certain things happen to people. Usually, it comes from some sort of quote trauma in their life or whatever that wakes them up to this shit in a way, or destroys them as A or B. Or, it doesn't destroy them, or they just go along with the fucking program. But yeah, it depends. People react to it differently. Like Axis is saying, he's guilty of showing people the truth. Again, maybe that's another mechanism to keep people from doing it. Because they want people fucking enslaved and fucked up in their head like this. I don't fucking know. I'm saying if that was taught for the future generation, it always has been. But now we're moving into a different age where we're fucking with AI. Like there's a whole bunch of crazy fucking shit going on now. I think that shit should be made available and passed down properly. You know what I mean? Even more than ever. Now we need more fucking people on it for sure. Because now we have to deal with AI and all this bullshit. Even though AI is just a projection of the mind, either way. Everything comes from the mind, as you want to call it.
Well, I definitely playing within the realms of the mind. What I'm speaking on has definitely got to do with realms of the mind. But oh man, I,
What do you mean it's over for you?
oh, skateboard 420. I don't know what that's all about. It's over for me.
What are you even talking? What kind of program are you? Bro, stop saying it's over for me and all this fucked up bullshit. What the fuck?
I don't know who that is. I know. I know Neo Mag. Known him for a long time, but I don't know who Skateboarder 420 is.
He's a fucking janitor. He mops up the fucking floor or something. He's a master fucking troll. He goes on my shit. He's a mopper. He mops up the fucking ground. What are you talking about? The janitor thing. Remember the middle management, the janitors, all that.
I don't think I've ever met him. Or her. Him, her. I don't know.
And skateboarders dating a scooter girl.
Wow. I don't know. I'm not sure. At this hour, it's hard telling.
All these alias names that we have.
An alias. It's my name, though, technically, this one. It's not my government name, but that's what my friends call me.
I don't know. Oh man. That's probably going to be the very last endeavor that I will ever embark on to help somebody uh, expand the reaches of their mind and possibility to the extent that I did ever again, because I feel bad. But then it takes two to tango, and I also see the manipulation that was being utilized by the other party. So while they were trying to manipulate a situation to their advantage, they didn't realize they were stepping into one of the biggest mind fucks that they'll probably ever get themselves into.
See, this is where the crazy access comes back into the picture. This is all done on purpose to fulfill a certain need for you. So, you know what I'm
I
saying?
guess.
It's like the fucking, yeah, you put the rat into the fucking thing, the serpent ate the fucking shit that wants it alive. You fucking got it. You do all this shit purposefully in some sick way, and you play ignorance or dumb or something. You know what you're doing, bro. Fuck.
I'm learning continually and making mistakes continually and having
Bro, get fucking better at what you do. The fuck? You make a mistake once, and you should learn. You should fucking have that. That should never be repeated. It should be constantly adapting. And that's prevention is worth a pound of cure. If you keep making the same mistake over and over and over again, you're living in your own fucking cage of insanity. You call your fucking reality.
well, Cage, just because of your lack of understanding and observation of what I'm talking about, I haven't engaged another human in that state of mind or with that intent for over 19 years. Okay?
All right, but you went to the most perverse and craziest shit imaginable.
No, it's not. It's not about perverse and crazy. It's about,
Bro,
do I have?
you bragged and told me about how you were like some big shot motherfucker, had like all
Yeah, I
this shit.
was. That's not what I'm talking about.
Owned like dungeons, sex dungeons,
Yeah?
and all types of weird shit. Yeah, maybe you need to get a fucking away from that because you're sick in your fucking head. I don't know. Who knows?
I'm just elaborating on whether or not I got the right to remove or show someone how to remove safety protocols. I don't know where my history and my business history comes into play in that, but okay.
You're telling me that doesn't have any correlation at all. It's fucking obvious. What do you mean?
Those were just endeavors that I embarked on in my life and was very fortunate enough to be able to be a part of and experience. What I'm trying to deduce here is, do I have the right to show somebody how to remove their safety protocols, knowing that the potential for them not to come out on the best end of it or
All right.
damage?
Okay. So where do they end up if they're not removed? Where do they end up automatically? Where do they end up automatically? If nothing is no intervention is done, what happens?
So far, what I've seen
You're
is
automatically fucked if you don't, and then you have a chance, a quote chance or a probability, which is bullshit either way, that they're not gonna be. So it's like, okay, what's the better option? Obviously, the latter. Okay, so if you do nothing at all and you just allow them to live and get fucked over at the end of the day, so they're automatically fucked either way. When you have the option to make possibility to put that into their hand and they could do what they want, put the ball on their court, as you want to say. Yeah, why not? The fuck?
and
That
how
at least
much
gives
of
them
that then am I
that gives them
karmatically held
the
responsible
opportunity
for?
is there. You're the opportunity guy, right? All opportunities. So why not? If you have to give them the ball in their court, then they can fucking decide.
And how much karmatic debt am I racking up by putting the ball in their court?
How much are you racking up by not putting the ball in their court and holding it to yourself?
Well, that's my dilemma. That's my question. And I'm sure the first man who tried to teach any type of religion on the face of this earth either was a bold motherfucker who cared not about consequences or his own karmatic well-being, or he was one nervous motherfucker that really truly believed and was convicted by something. Did you catch that, Dom?
Sorry, actually, I was a little distracted. Can you just quickly repeat that last part?
I was just saying, you know, how much am I karmatically responsible for by showing someone how to remove safety protocols, and then Cage says, well, you know, either way, um, you know, you should probably teach them for the sake of their benefit. And I'm saying, how much of that am I karmatically responsible for at that point? And I said, it's almost like the first guy who probably tried to teach a biblical religion is either one, he had no regard towards his rebounding karma, or he was truly convicted to the core by what he was saying.
I guess it depends on how we're using karma. If you're using it on action, did that person, whoever was being taught or showed something, did they apply it in the physical, or did it stay in the spiritual and thoughts? You know, because really, if we're going to talk about karma, um, creating cars, you know, the noise, the pollution we use with airplanes and trains, could that not be karma upon whoever the ones that are using it opposed to the ones that are creating it? On a spiritual level, I would say if we're teaching people certain things and they're not ready for it, that's kind of on them. Because I could just be talking out loud and somebody might think, okay, Don, but you're teaching. I said, it depends my intent. You know, if I'm trying to assist somebody with certain types of ideals, how they interpret it, it's kind of on them, I think.
I would like to think that I'm not responsible for what another person desires to know, but for some reason I'm thinking back and I'm seeing repercussions. Thus is why I'm so hesitant in revealing certain things. You know, even this last endeavor led to someone going insane.
Well, if people If certain information can go insane, then there must be the opposite or another spectrum where the person can become better for it.
Right,
So,
right. Which is the aspect that I take on. I like what I know. I like what I achieved. I like the state that I'm able to reach of my states of possibility are much broader than most. But showing that to somebody else and they go insane, it was bad for them, but good for me. I mean, yeah, I spent many years engaging in all this shit. And I went about it with full acknowledgement that what I'm learning is very, uh, it's got some pretty powerful implications towards the way you're going to conduct yourself in life for the rest of your life.
well, I think Access, if somebody feeds off of that, let's say somebody says, I taught somebody something and they feed off of it, saying that I felt good about it, well, then you've taken the sweet part. So if it goes the opposite way or in a different way, then you have to feed the ideal that I'm going to feel guilty or feel a sour taste from it. But if you're just sharing the information and you're not attached to its outcome or its results, it is what it is. You know, it's kind of like those people that I forget who it was called, but there are a lot of people that all committed suicide and they were wearing Nike outfit. It's
Heaven's
usually
Gate.
yeah, it's usually like a thought that most people don't consider. They think the person that was the guru, you know, he committed this. I'm not. No, you're looking at the butterfly effect. Well, what about all the people that went there? What about their conditioning? Should we blame their family? Should we blame their community that they were easily enticed to go into something, and whether they knew knowingly or unknowingly, they were going to take the juice. You know, so you can't really blame the messenger, regardless if the messenger's intent is hideous or not. People still have to take accountability for their own self, their own vessel. You know, we jokingly talk about we use our vessels like a recreational vehicle. Somebody else might get offended by it. I'm like, well, wait a second here. Me and Axis are talking about it. Why should that affect you in any way? Well, I take care of my body. Well, then lead. Me and him are leading in one way. You lead your way. You know, this is not a competition. This is not a pissing contest. For a lot of people, they make it into a pissing contest. Well, I'm the best at my body. Okay, whatever. Tell me when you're done. So, but hey,
Because I'm very. Oh, go ahead, please.
no, go ahead. I'm okay. Actually, go ahead.
I'm analyzing my state at this point in time, and generally there are lots of uh, energies around me. Some with personality, some without. Um, there's always generally some type of life energy that isn't usually visually seen, not on our spectrum. But at this point, um, I'm not feeling any type of external um, conscious energies around me, almost like dead space. And I damn sure don't like the results of how my situation turned out because of decisions I made. And that to me is pretty powerful because that's going to require me to take some pretty hefty rebounding, and it's definitely going to take a lot of work because it is vacant and devoid of energy. I suppose if we don't fuck up, we don't learn.
Well, it's almost like the physical. Like look at bread, right? You see in bread how it's pockets of air.
Huh?
Nothing's actually solid when you look deeper into it. So yeah, if you look at the pocket of air as devoid of energy, it's not really true. That's what gives it, its fucking structure and makes it edible.
No, I'm talking on a present here and now scope. Generally, the air around me is electric with energies and entities. Most always. And I'm stopping to feel my environment, and they're not there. I don't feel them there. I don't sense them there. I feel an emptiness where that is concerned. And
But the emptiness is a part of the whole. That's pretty much all I'm trying to convey.
and I don't like the nasty situation that I've got coming at me. As far as my treatment is going to be, and how I'm going to be treated and dealt with tomorrow. So I'm kind of hesitantly looking at that, wondering if I should, what kind of more fucked up repercussions am I going to endure if I go applying any applied energy whatsoever to that.
Well, just be who you are, and direct direct what you would want for yourself onto them. And you get to where you need to be.
Because I can't tell whether I'm being punished or not. Whether I found myself in a state of...
You could be punishing yourself, Axis.
Well, I take that into consideration, absolutely. And it's a possibility.
Yeah, maybe is that enough yet? Are you done? I think you're even by now. You went through enough bullshit. Maybe not. Who am I to judge? Who knows what the fuck you were up to? You're into some weird fucking shit. No offense.
Oh, yeah, of course I'm into weird shit. I stay in weird shit.
Not to mean like a negative thing, but like in some degenerate type fucking behavior. Either.
No, I'm not into degenerate type behavior unless...
In my opinion, that kind of shit would be. I don't know. For me, I think it's a bit odd. I don't know. It doesn't lead to anywhere except where you're talking about, which is why it's right in your frame of mind. I can't tell you it's wrong.
Yeah, I'm just putting myself on trial to see universally if that's what's going on, and if I am having to endure some type of repercussion.
All right, let's say somehow, like one of my family members somehow ended up in a dungeon, against their will, not even against their will, like coerced into it, and it directly affected me. If I was a judge, I'd be like, all right, the executioner, everything, headshot. The fuck? You're lucky you're even allowed to speak. When you start fucking around with stuff like that, you're crossing lines and shit, which now you're open season. Now all types of terrible things can come into reality. Every possibility. There you go. And this is what happens, okay? It's fucking retarded.
Why do you keep bringing up dungeons and strip clubs? This has nothing to do with dungeons and strip clubs.
I related that. I don't keep bringing that up. I related that because you said in 19 years you never had any physical connection to a woman after you owned a bunch of crazy dungeon things. I'm saying that there's no correlation between that and then that lapse of time or whatever. Now, bro, it's fucking
No,
crazy.
I'm more concerned as to whether or not I I am more concerned as to whether or not I should have showed someone how to remove safety protocols, Cage. That's all it is. Because the end result is not pretty.
All right, and I'm saying you're doing that on your own accord.
Right.
And if you're trying to get something out of it, consciously or unconscious, or super conscious, or whatever you want to call it, you're fucking getting something out of it and doing it purposefully in one way or the other, and you know it at some level. You're doing this shit on purpose, constantly, and then like being like amazed by the results. It's like a child. It's like a child that sees like gunpowder, puts it in the fire, and sees a reaction. It keeps throwing it in without understanding. Oh, come on, man.
Well, I'm glad it's that elementary to you, Cage, because it's
It is simple. It's very simple. Yeah, my bad.
for me it holds some pretty profound implications.
Of course it does. That's how it's programmed to make you. It's about the you. It's about the I, the and, the me. That.
They.
Yeah, it goes on to they, that. Yeah, all these different fucking. You see, grammar comes from the word grimoire, which is a manual for invoking demons or daemons. Daemons are background processes that work without the user computing. So look at the daemon in computing, the definition of that. And then look at the programs being ran on people with all these different, like Dominic was saying, oh, you're a Christian, you're a father, you're this, you're that. Again, these are words, and the words, it's like a language model, like the AI thing we were talking about earlier. That's a language model. Just like how, this language kind of controls people's reality. And this is why silence is golden and key, as we were getting into earlier, because it goes beyond language or beyond symbols or sigils or words or any of that. It's direct communication. We've been through this all. It's fucking obvious. Just through this conversation, there's a little summary. If anyone's listening, want to go back. A lot of great information on it. Thank you guys for having me.
Are you leaving us, Cage?
No, I'm just gonna shut the fuck up and let other people talk.
Oh. Yeah, I think this was necessary. For me, highly necessary, and I'm glad that I got both of you up here to be able to verbalize and share this with, because I don't think anybody else. I'd be a babbling idiot to them. They wouldn't comprehend it at all. I'd just be a babbling fucking idiot. And they'd stick me back in an institution, throw away the key, and there it is. But at least with feedback and with information being exchanged, I am least likely to be drug out of this house by white coats and stuck in a padded cell somewhere. So they'll still swear up and down on the metaverse that it's some deranged psychopathic cult that the Masons let us into, and the reason they don't understand it is because we're speaking in some foreign code that only the Brotherhood knows. When in actuality, it's pretty profoundly simple. We got someone here. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Ponderous. Ponderous and trying to remain indifferent. How about yourself?
Same. Likewise.
So, how'd you find us?
Oh, I was looking up different videos with the name Axis in it.
Well, you found one Axis Rattblood.
Oh, thank you. Seems pretty cool.
Yeah. We kind of touch the fringe of things. We like to keep it civil, and we kind of press forward with our thinking.
That's good. I liked the advice Cage was giving you.
Yeah, I've been listening very intently to Cage and Dom both. Going through some pretty drastic turbulence, and I'm really just trying to survive the storm at this point in time.
Yeah, that's tough.
But I'm with good company because I know that Cage and Dom are they're on the level, man.
Yep. It seems like you're on the level too.
Yeah, I try to be, but sometimes I stray, man. You know, I'm far from perfect.
Oh yeah. Well, no one's perfect.
Do you know Dom and Cage? Dom is the green icon, and Cage is the kind of the Phoenix fire representation.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't. Might have come across them before. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, they are fellow connoisseurs of knowledge, information, I guess. That's the best way to put it.
Maybe they can give me the winning lottery number tickets. Huh.
I've tried to pry it out of them. They're not going to budge.
That's a shame, but
I even told them I'd share.
Yeah, well, it's Are they here? Why aren't they talking?
They do analysis, observation, and they've been on here quite a while with me tonight. I don't know. I'm not sure. Cage, are you still with us, brother? Dom?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm working in the
Okay.
background of it.
Okay.
Well, what were you telling them earlier? About some of your woes?
Well, it's not. It's just whether I have the right to show someone how to remove safety protocols from the mind so that they can broaden their ability to interpret and broaden their spectrum of possibilities in general, and to exceed what they would consider what would generally be their normal stop. You know, this is where the mind says stop. This is where we don't go. This is where we cut off. And I show people how to remove that. And my most recent endeavor turned out pretty bad.
I see.
and now I'm kind of examining. They're giving me a sounding board, a real good sounding board, to determine whether or not I even have the right to endeavor in that direction, even if a person asks for it. And then we also kind of going off of the aspect of, should all information be free and accessible, or is there certain information, just because of its nature being harmful, should just be given out just because people think that information should be given out freely?
That's quite the question, and I'm not even sure of the answer myself. It's very complex. It's a hard question.
Yeah, because I don't think I'll ever do it again. I not after this last experience. I don't think I don't think that's I don't think that's going to happen. But I am kind of curious as to, karmatically almost, how much damage I've done, if I've done damage at all.
Is there any way to find out?
Just through observation only.
Hmm.
I'll just have
It's
to
tough.
keep my head on a swivel, my eyes open, and observe my localized environment and the people and person that I affected with this, and monitor the situation, because so far it has not, there hasn't been any positive return on this that I've seen. So far it's all been a negative return.
Hmm. And you were hoping for a positive return?
Yeah, I was, very much so.
That's happened to me. Yeah.
Do you study at all? Any type of metaphysics, or do you ascribe to some type of indoctrination or religion or something, or do you just kind of spiritual?
Yeah, I follow along with this stuff. I'm probably not as well versed as you, but I can keep along. That I can keep up. That's for sure.
I can tell that, and I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate anybody that uses their critical thinking. There's not enough of that going on, to my notion.
Yeah, I have a lot of regrets as of recent, and I'm really dwelling on them. So, not really sure. It seems like the only way to stop these regrets is if I could go back in time, and that's impossible. So,
That's the damned of it, isn't it? I mean, once you've endeavored forward into a certain process or many different processes, turning back that clock just isn't going to be a feasible option.
yeah.
So you have to deal with the circumstances that come with it, and so far, like I said, mine have not been a positive set of circumstances. But I have a good friend of mine that I go to his channel a lot, and he thinks that all information should be freely given, and that no information should be withheld from anybody. And he gets kind of upset because I hold the position that no, certain information, certain humans and certain minds aren't capable, and that can really damage a person, which recently I had to encounter. But it's a debate for tomorrow, I'm sure, whenever he starts his channel and his platform up, that I'm going to have to approach him with is, I spent several hours on trial here with myself, and reasonable people, and also people in his peer group that, you know, I can definitely say that no, all information should not be given out freely. Um, Certain information should be protected and guarded against people who could damage themselves with it or others for that matter. And the fact that karmatically, just like a preacher preaching to his parish or his flock in a church, you know, is he responsible for the message he gives if all these people are following what he's saying and they're listening to him preach the scripture, and part of what he's teaching them is wrong or a lie or misguiding, and then is he responsible for everyone in that congregation who followed that teaching?
Well, two things. Wait. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Two things.
Yeah.
First of all, I think you're right. Information should be withheld from some people because information is power, and with it comes a lot of responsibility. A lot of people don't have responsibility. So your friend kind of has an idealized view of the world that everyone should know everything, but it doesn't really work like that. Because if everyone knows everything, then everyone essentially knows nothing. And my second, yeah,
Go ahead. No, please.
And the second point is, I kind of forget my second point, but it was along the same lines. Yeah, people aren't really able to know everything, whether they want to or not. It's impossible for everyone to know everything, so, and I think it naturally orders the way it should. People know what they're capable of knowing. It's as simple as that. There's already a system in place.
Right, and I kind of touched on that with the idea of, you know, the constant being the perpetual state of something will always go back to its original form.
Yeah,
and that's what makes it constant. And the persistent is that which interacts with the constant. And when you take some state, whether it be the human mind or, you know, such forth, and you stretch it, it sometimes wants to, if you don't remove the safety protocols, it will snap back on itself.
all right.
So, and there's no, I don't think there's any amount of money that I would be willing, well, no, really, I'd probably, no, money, there's no amount of money that I want to take responsibility for handing and distributing that type of information out to people, knowing how much harm and damage they could do to them or to someone else.
Well, yeah, it's a pretty tough question. I mean, that's basically what Genesis is all about. You know, the tree of knowledge.
Yes, yeah.
So when somebody,
It is a, oh, no, sorry.
go ahead, Alexis.
I lost it. Go ahead, Dom. I'm
Well, to hear the phrase, someone thinks that knowledge should be freely given, let alone the other person or somebody else saying that it it should be withheld. I think it's both lazy on both parts. I think if somebody's seeking information or knowledge, that's their choice. Whether or not they're able to obtain it, let alone some unknown source is willing to give you that information, that's still a journey one has to do themselves. The people that think they have information probably are just scratching the surface. But again, that's for them to figure out. Knowledge, discernment, wisdom, understanding, it's each their own. But it doesn't necessarily mean they were predisposed with it. It's kind of like on the physical. You could see other people and they have certain gifts. Doesn't mean just because you keep practicing, you're able to obtain it. So again, knowledge is for anybody that chooses to seek it. Anytime you hear the word free, fucking run. Or secret, run.
right.
Those are children talking again. Now they might turn around and say, I'm not a child. I said, where do you think you got the fucking language you're using?
So, if the secret is childish
Mm-hmm.
and freedom is childish, what's the alternative again?
Childish is actually knowledge. To know things is childish. To have discernment is a little bit more wisdom. This is why they have a statue of a woman holding a baby. The baby's knowledge. People that are in clubs are children. Now, unless you start seeking, looking for that information, and you realize you've been fucking hoodwinked the whole time, there's a Mason term. But again, those are for people that are gatekeepers. Now, unless you understand, if you choose to understand how language came to be, you could play that game. Asking me the question doesn't serve. You go inwards. We're entertaining each other right now. We're in the playground right now, guys.
Exactly. That's why I've been reflecting off of them as a sounding board. I think that's kind of what I was doing whenever you originally popped up here. Was you caught me in a state of self-reflection, but we do a lot of soundboarding for each other, and sometimes it gets a little. I hate applying a measurement to it. It gets a little broad. We can cover some pretty broad spectrums of things. And Dom is very much profoundly versed in being able to kind of push those limits, and somebody who's willing to listen and receive that as a sounding board. And Cage, he does the same thing, but more in a esoteric nature. And that's how we wound up this little eclectic group here. I'm just kind of blown away, man, that somebody even ventured to jump up here or even engage or had the mind to engage. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
So you said, go ahead.
Would you trust me with your knowledge?
I would probably want to know a lot more about your psychological disposition.
Well, I'm very grounded and very stable.
Do you know what a safety protocol? I think I just tried to explain it to you. Is where the mind says stop, no more, don't go, don't proceed forward.
Okay.
This is where this is the cutoff right here, and when you break those down, the potential for, well, one is you're not ever going to be the same, and the potential to recover from that is pretty much non-existent. And the alternative outside of broadening the mind is basically insanity. Not even being able to handle your own existence or the reality of it, as far as reality goes. But if you do you feel that you could handle that? Do you feel that you could move past your limitations that you set for yourself internally in your own mind?
Yes, absolutely.
Have you ever endeavored on it?
Absolutely.
So what did you discover about yourself with that?
You'll have to be more specific.
Were you able to find a resource, or do you have a protocol that you use that allows you to achieve states outside of and beyond what your brain naturally sets barriers for?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, does astral projection count?
That's along the path. I used to take myself to the brink of death. And I did that for a long time. I can't really much anymore. This year I had to stop. I wound up this last time almost biting the bullet on that one. And I would achieve very broadened states of awareness. And as I would achieve these, I would start removing fear. I'd start removing hesitation. I would start removing anything that would keep my mind from reaching broader grounds of comprehension, until I felt that I had reached a point where I was playing with my own reality, that I might not come back. And I reset the safety protocol to that point, and then I would recover. And I'd spend a week recovering or more sometimes. And this last one was pretty profound, but I almost, like I said, almost bit the bullet on the last one. So I don't think my body can handle many more.
Right.
But I don't know where, I don't know you well enough to be able to even speculate on what you're capable of handling or where you've even been.
So you don't trust that I know myself?
I would like to think that you know yourself. I would like to think that you have full comprehension of everything that we're covering. But I can't guarantee it. That's something that you would have to. That's something you would probably have to choose for yourself.
I've already
and
chosen.
then I have to. So what? You want to remove your safety protocols and your fears?
Sure, of course.
Why?
Why not?
Well, generally people do things for a reason. I did it so that I could, one, experience a more broadened field of what this place has to offer outside of the general spectrum and general senses, and also to be able to endeavor into state-of-the-art, state-of-the-mind type perception. Do you fast?
Sometimes.
And you meditate?
Yes.
And you say what you do a little astral, you do some astral projection. I take it then.
Sometimes.
So have you reached a point where, and if so, describe it, where your mind recoiled because of the information it was receiving? And
Yes.
the, okay, so you have reached that point.
Yes.
Okay. Did you try and rationalize it as being a safety protocol and determine whether you could handle engaging that state of being and pushing it to the point where you do break that safety protocol down? Like an
Um,
irrational fear of snakes.
yeah, I have mixed feelings about it. In some ways I regret it. In some ways I have no regrets.
Okay. And I use a snake because generally people are stigmata about a snake. You know, some people are scared of snakes and,
I'm not.
you know, or bugs or whatever their fear may be. And generally, to get over that fear, they engage that animal. You know, they'll hold a spider or they'll hold a snake or, you know, whatever their fear may be, and they'll try and engage it. And that also goes with regions of the mind. There are certain regions of the mind that that you're hesitant to go to. Some people it's trauma that they have to get past, childhood trauma. Some of it is just their ability to receive and interpret information. I don't know if you've ever been around people that are like, nope, nope, that's too deep for me or whatever.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by them. Not right now, but that's pretty much everyone.
Okay. So what I did, or how I approached it, was I just kind of let those people fall by the wayside and continued my endeavors. And the first thing was a breach of communication with other beings. I found it very difficult to communicate with them and stay in a state of mind where I was perceiving things on a much different, in a much different state than they were. And I gave up a lot of indoctrination. I had to relinquish that. Um, Personal beliefs that I found were fundamentally no longer needed, and started shedding incredible amounts of unnecessary baggage and information away. And till I reached a quiet place. But that was through fasting and meditation and pushing the body to the breaking point and allowing the mind to kind of struggle to stay alive. You're right there at the brink of struggling, and your mind will start. I don't know whether it's secreting chemicals. I don't know if it's got, you know, something to do with the electrical system of the body and the brain. But your body will start to change, and your brain chemistry, it has to be something changing in there because you start perceiving and comprehending things in a more solidified state, and you also have a much vast, a much vaster, if that's a word, um, understanding of potentials and what is around you. And I recently spent several months with a person, taking them down that journey. And slowly they would relinquish to me information that was stifling to their development or their ability to move past. Um, lots of indoctrination that they felt things were taboo, which is another thing. Is if you've got taboos or you got superstitions or stigmatas, you'll have to move beyond those because those are hesitant. Um, and a lot of times, whenever you're dealing with religious-minded people, they freeze up the minute that you start talking outside of the box. They run straight to Jesus, and
Yeah.
that's about as far as it goes. And we went for, I was able to take this person past that, past the concept of indoctrination. I was able to take them to the point of being able to deal with the limitations of their childhood trauma and some of their adult trauma, to be able to start thinking more broadly and abstractly, and giving resonance to things that they were hesitant to give resonance to prior to our engagement, which was a lot of energy exchange and a lot of there was a lot of verbal exchange. It's almost like a coaching, almost. You coach them past these limitations, and then you start showing them broader spectrums of interpretation, such as hypergeometry, geometry, quantized math, dimensional math, the unseen mathematics lying within mathematics itself, which is not present and visible, and also being able to understand the language and basically the code that this construct is written in, and a type of coherent language that can be interacted with. And whenever we reached that point, there was almost a slight bit of arrogance that came when that was being developed, and all that turned into hostility.
Yeah.
And I was pondering earlier with Dom and Cage as to whether that was that resentment. Is that resentment there because of their inability to proceed any further, or is that a kind of a residual bounce back to what caused the pain? Well, naturally, it was me guiding somebody past what they felt comfortable with thinking and doing.
I see. I have to ask, this may sound like a stupid question, but what do you think happens after death?
I think we changed our state of being into a more of just an energy with a potential consciousness. I'd like to think that it's just all over with. I'd like to think that what I'd like for there to be and what is actually real are going to be two different things, naturally. But for me, I would like for it just to be over, just as if though I never existed. That to me would be reasonable. But kind of by observation and the relevancy of entropy and thermodynamics and how energy fluctuates and changes, I imagine our state changes, whether we retain any type of learned information from this plane. I'm not sure whether that stays with you or eventually dissipates. And as far as a heaven and a hell go, I just, the only thing that I can even contribute to that is maybe you project that for yourself. You know, if you think yourself going to hell, then there's a potential that that could be a reflection of what you become after you change states of energy. And then for other people, it'd be heaven, because there's so many variable accounts of what people have experienced. When I died, it was just black. But for a lot of people, you know, they see relatives or they go to hell or they, you know, see Jesus or this, that, or another, you know. And there's always something that ties them to an indoctrination, a belief system, or something that they were projecting for themselves throughout life that they expected to happen in death. So I don't, you know, I don't know. It seems that this latter part of it would be more the reasonable state. But I don't even know that we're going to be able to be given the option, me, myself personally, to be as if though I never existed, because I don't think that this type of energy can dissipate in that manner. Now, I know all the learned knowledge from the time I was born to this point, that can dissipate. Maybe that is something that stays here and not necessarily move on with you to a different state of being. Because I don't see where it would hold any relevancy or any practical use once you leave this plane of existence to take that information with you.
I see. Can you give me a secret to become extremely wealthy in a short period of time?
Oh man, the best way to achieve that with least effort is manifestation, influencing the field, projecting, law of attraction. Just visualize, create the scenario, the possibility, even if you have to imagine the form and the function of what processes have to take place for you to gain that type of wealth, if that's what you're after, and apply as much energy to that process, manifesting itself into reality and to uninfluenced particle fields, the ether, whatever you want to call it. And I figure the more that you apply your energy to that, and the more in depth you go with the, you know, the form and the function of it, each detail, the more intensely it's going to come across.
That's a good answer. What are you trying to manifest in your life?
A little bit of peace at the moment. I had it, but I fucked it up.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah, that's one I've been dealing with all day. Is that self-destructive nature that I have within me, that once everything is set perfect, couldn't ask for anything to be any better. And I'm expecting the best possible outcomes, and they're happening. Something in my character just seems to fuck it all up. And I don't know if that's genetic, learned behavior, or I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from. I've searched deep inside myself, very deep, and I know what I do. I can plainly see what I do. I can break it down, analyze it, interpret it, but it seems to be within my nature that I have to fulfill this self-destructive prophecy every time that I have things going in a certain direction.
You crave chaos more than you crave boredom.
That's a possibility.
And sometimes it's it's in your soul. It's in your being. It's something in you that your mind can't control.
That's where I was pondering as to, where the source of that's coming from. Because I think, what a dumbass I am. How fucking stupid can you get? Whenever you've
Yeah.
got everything perpetually moving in a positive direction forward, not as in measurement of forward moving time. I think that's more spherical and cycles, but things are going good, and I just cannot figure out where that little gremlin is inside of me that just incessantly fucks shit up.
Yeah, same here.
I think if a lot of people were honest about it, a lot of people go through that self-sabotage state. I think that a lot of people, I think a lot more people than would admit it, self-sabotage whenever things are going really good. And whenever they really have no bitch or complaint outside of what they pick and choose, and everything seems to be on a proactive forward movement, but it's just getting them to be honest about it.
What's what do you think the worst thing you've ever?
You're cutting out. You're cutting out on me.
What do you think the worst thing you've ever done is?
I'd rather not say.
That's fair.
Oh, what's up, guys?
Oh, hello.
How's it going?
Oh, what's up? What are y'all doing?
Pondering the mysteries of life.
Are you guys talking conspiracy theories?
Sure.
The fact that I made it through the Ozarks with a full set of dentures and come out the other side with them, that right there is a conspiracy theory.
You have dentures?
Yeah. Yeah, I even made it through the one side of the Ozarks to the other with a full set of dentures, and they didn't get jacked or taken from me. So I figured that was a conspiracy theory fulfilled.
Where'd you get that name, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
I just like Little Caesars cheese pizza. Yo, did you know there's actually a bizarre theory about that circulates occasionally about the shape of the pepperoni? That the pepperoni is actually shaped differently than other pizza chains, and some speculate this could be because they cut costs on their pepperoni pizzas.
So they cut them like in a square?
Yeah, they cut them in a weird way to cut
cool
costs.
theory. That's a cool theory.
Yeah. Some people even think that pizzas are pre-made because they're just so fast. But they're just hot and ready all day, every day.
That's really is bizarre.
I got one in the oven right now on the under the broiler. I'm gonna go see if it's ready.
Jeebus is in the house. Hey, Jeebus, good to see you, man. Sorry I haven't caught you the last few times. Tools and Tools, back
So,
again. Good to see you.
so what's the worst thing? So we're talking about the worst thing we ever done.
Yeah.
I gotta think about it. Wait, you gotta go first because I'm thinking.
Okay. There was this mentally disabled child at her school, and one time I forced them in the washroom to do sexual acts.
That's
Wait, a
not
girl
cool,
or a
man.
boy? How old
There's
are you?
I'd rather not talk about it, but
Yeah, not here, man. That shit's not cool.
Is he there? Well, he did it when he was a kid. It sounds like.
yeah,
Like he's probably different.
yeah.
Yeah, I had a similar thing happen. I used to play on the baseball team, and we used to always beat the shit out of this one kid, and he was really bad. So one time we all lined up and like made him suck everybody on the team's dick.
Really? Come
Yeah,
on.
and another time there was this girl that I didn't like, and she fell asleep.
I don't know, Jeebus.
Yeah, I think everybody dropped off. They're still there, Dominic, though. I don't know what the fuck just happened there, but there you go.
Pretty bad. Wow. You there, Dom? Cage?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Fucking assholes. Yep. Did you know either one of those guys, Cage?
One of what?
One of those two shitheads that were just up here.
Man, you don't remember? They've had multiple conversations with you both. You don't remember them?
No, I really don't.
No, they're still in the background trying to get in.
Yeah, I know. That's why I keep booting them. Huh. Yeah. Definitely not welcome here. I apologize to everyone here for their behavior. Really try to avoid such interactions, but occasionally that does happen. When you run a channel, and you got to expect that some of the lesser life forms are going to try and infringe and imply their will. Hmm. Anyhow, Dom, Cage, I think I'm going to go ahead and bring her to an end, because obviously the trolls are out, and I really don't feel like contending with them.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
This ended. You've been on it for almost 6.5.
yeah. I just really don't want to contend with a nuisance or an aggravation of that nature. But I do appreciate you coming, Cage, and I appreciate you being on panel, and Dom, very much appreciate you being here and being on panel, and hopefully they don't take the stream down because of that. I'm not sure, but Um, definitely everybody that showed up in chat, no Fools and Tools, Jeebus. Wow, man. Neo Mag, yeah, thanks for showing up, brother. And Maggot, as usual. Naga. And earlier on in the stream, we had Sean that was here in the chat, and Charles was, and Abman, and a various array of other wonderful personalities. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being a part of tonight's show. And I'm going to go ahead and thank everybody for their participation, and I will definitely resume a live stream later on once I regroup and recuperate. So thank you guys. Thanks to everybody that showed up and that's here, man. Appreciate you all.